Okay, I'm ready.
Dr. Shaji can't connect.
I have updated all the links on the website, so he can use the new links or the link from Telegram channel or from website from any page. I have updated all the links on the website, so you can use the new links or the link from Telegram channel.
Mm-hmm.
We can start, Dr. Korotkov. We can
Okay.
start already.
Okay, if we are ready. Yes. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so let's start. So, hello, everybody. Yes, and I'm glad to see a lot of nice people here, a lot of friends, and I'm sure that a lot of people they will join us later and or by recording. So today we start our next congress, and this is 29, 8 or 29, I even don't remember how what's the number. But it's not important because you know that we have this congress online every year now. Unfortunately, before it was people was coming to St. Petersburg. It was wonderful time together, and we were always happy to see our friends. But now it is impossible. You understand why? And now I have to do it online. Maybe after some time, station will change, and again we'll be able to meet together. But let's move forward. So let me open my share screen. Yes. Okay. Okay. So let's see it here. Okay. So can you see it now? My screen? Yes?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Excellent. So, okay. So let's move forward. Okay, here we are. Okay, so first, of course, I want to tell you a little bit about our development in the last year. You know that this was not easy period for us because we had a lot of delays, we have a lot of problems, and the main problem was that our friends and producers in China, they experienced a lot of problems in China. First, their bank account was totally closed. They had to find another bank. Then their bank account was closed again. Now they can't receive money. They can't sell money. So that's why, and because of this, production line was very was delayed. But still, we produced this year 3,000 Biwell 3, and it was much better because previous years we had only 1,000. So you see, it is really big progress. And number of users grown up to 15%. Again, is big increase for us. We have developed new programs, totally new. It is lifestyle, doshas, Ayurvedic program, vertebras, teeth, and psychodynamics. And Dmitry Orlov, he will tell you in details what about those programs. And of course, then other practitioners and people who've been developing these programs, who've been developing algorithms, they will take part in this. We introduced a new trade-in program. So all people who had Biwell 1 or Biwell 2 even, they can exchange it to Biwell 3. And we offer good conditions for this because we need to enhance the user's experience with BioWell. And BioWell 3 had a lot of advantage compared with BioWell 2. And later I will mention it. And this is, we offer this to everybody. And now we have a lot of BioWell 3 devices in our stock, so you are very welcome. New little device, BioWell thermohygrometer was developed. And it is very important to use it in with Sputnik, mostly with Sputnik. With BioWell as well, but with Sputnik it's mostly. And 48 new scientific papers have been added to our archive, iomap.club. So it's, you see 48 papers in 1 year, it's quite a lot. Later on, I will give you now some review of some papers, but not all of them, because it will be too much. But you can have a look at this. And one more interesting topic. Now we have developed a so-named API manual. So it means that every customer, every company that want to use BioWell as a part of their own system, now they can introduce results of BioWell measurements into their system. We did it for Young Living company sometime before, and they were able, based on our BioWell measurements, to offer people different substances, different essential oils. Same we did for some French companies. They offer their own supplements. And that's why any company that want to offer people their own supplements, oils, they can use this API. And of course, if needed, we can help to develop algorithm, how to do this. Now, Nima Farshid, he is doing this. He is developing his own algorithms and his own program, and everybody now can use it. And of course, we had a lot of seminars, workshops worldwide. Now, I'm very happy that I don't need to go every month to different countries. I'm very happy with this. It was the goal to develop our system to the level where you can do everything, where in every country, people can present BioWell on different levels, initial level, then advanced level. And of course, if needed, we can always help. We can always be in Zoom with myself and Mitya and other people, but it's better if you do it yourself. This is the goal. And we know that Lisbeth, and she's doing this very well on a regular basis. Yes. Yes. Then, of course, Nima, and then Neto. So a lot of people who do this on a regular basis, and that's very important. Okay, so now you see this BioCore, and I'm very happy and to tell you that finally it will be done. But we are very unhappy that still we don't have it. And you understand why? Because of these problems with banks in China, with payments, because our producers, they can't really pay for all spare parts for production. That's why we have this delay. But finally, we'll do it this year. Same as we'll do this device. It's BioWell Element. Now it is tested. We redesigned it, totally redesigned. And it's very stable, very reliable. It's not dependent on the power of computer anymore, because now we decided to make external power for this device. And we have excellent results. Of course, we make tests all the time in our laboratory. And you see it has big screen, so we can put the leaves, gemstones, water, minerals, oils, whatever you need. I developed a couple of new principles how we can test water and oils, and it will be with this device, new installation. And one more interesting topic, now you can test cats and dogs. So it is very convenient to put their paw on this device, and they can see, and we can see their energy of cats and dogs. So again, the results are very interesting. So it will be available by autumn time. Now we paid for molding form for the device, and molding form takes about 2 months. So if we paid now, so July, August, it will be molding form. Then, of course, at least 1 month for production. We decided first to produce 100 devices, but then they will be available. So if you want to have it, you can send us orders, and then we'll make a list of pre-orders. It will be very convenient for us. And I think that price should be $499, 4,000, 4,099, 999. You see, practically 5,000, because it's much more complicated and it takes much more efforts and much more expensive, of course, in production. Another device that will be next. Okay, this is this one. Come back. I'm sorry. Here it is. Okay, here it is. It is BioWell Mini. And this is excellent device, really excellent. I've show you later some results how I've been using this device. And it works on mobile phone. And again, it's very good production, and we'll have it ready by autumn time. So the price will be, of course, lower. I don't know yet which one. We haven't decided yet, because you see, we need to take into account your interests as distributors. That is why we need to find the level of price that should be interesting for people to buy, from one hand, not 2,000, of course, much less, but it should give you some interest, and it would pay us for production at least. That's how it is. And of course, it will be much limited in programs. So it will be only the basic programs. But if it is a practitioner who has customers, then practitioner would be able to see all their measurement on his own or her own account. People will see only basic, like energy fields, like chakras, like stress level, some dynamics, but practitioner would be able to see everything and follow up condition of a person. So that's very important. Okay, next, those are new papers. I just want to outline only some important papers, because we have many different papers, but just to show you what it's all about. And you can find all those papers on iomap.club. So this was very interesting paper. Still it is in the publishing process. I received it as for review. And this paper done from a group of scientists from Chinese University, Beijing University of China, and a hospital, Laocheng Hospital. So finally, we have China really involved in what we are doing, because we have many customers now in China. We have good distributors in China, but it is the first time when they make real study. And they've studied depression. So they had 120 participants with depression syndrome and 56 healthy controls. So you see it's quite a substantial group for a good comparison. And they made, of course, BioWell study for all the groups. And you see, they found, first of all, significant lower energy values, including head, cardiovascular, endocrine, musculoskeletal, digestive, urogenital, nervous, and immune systems in depressive group compared to healthy group. And this result is very important, because you know that depression is very now serious topic worldwide. Millions of people, they suffer from depression, millions of people. A lot of people, they don't understand the level, because one level, it is just anxiety. Another level is this clinical depression. Those are two different topics. And in clinical depression, it's needed to real serious medical intervention. While with anxiety, you can do meditation, training, qigong, and of course, with clinical depression, it's obligatory as well, but it would not be decision. So if we can, with BioWell, give some clue, some indications, we don't make, very important, let's remember, we don't talk about diagnosis. We can talk about analysis. We make analysis in all our programs, and based on this analysis, we can make some indications or recommendations. But this is very important. So please pay attention to this paper. You can find it, draft of this paper on IOMAP. This, I pay attention to a series of papers published by Ukrainian and Latvian group. They are led by Ganna Nevoit. And they, you see, those are two papers when they've been studying essentially hypertension and pulmonary disease, and they demonstrated statistically significant difference. And it was quite a lot of people as well, and it was done in a clinical environment. So, and results was significant, really significant in different organs and systems. So, and what's important, those people, they are doing not only practical work with BioWell, but first of all, Anna Nevoit, she wants to develop, I would say, scientific basis for BioWell based on electrophotonic process in the body. She has one paper published on this topic, and you can find it on IOMAP. Now she's preparing another paper, and I hope it will give more detailed description. Of course, it's a lot of questions about this. It's all innovative ideas, but seems to me it may be very, very promising. Next paper, this is modern biophysical view. Okay, so this is what I mentioned by this group of scientific basis of this, and you can find it on IOMAP. Because I don't know, maybe online as well. Next, this interesting paper that we did together with one very high-level osteopath in Russia. And I just explained why I pay attention to these people. So it is analysis of influence of osteopathic procedure on the psychophysiological state of patients. Because it was 25 people of both sexes. And in last 3 years, 10 times they underwent osteopathic procedure from 2022 to 2023. So practice for 3 years, because you understand that osteopathic procedure, it's not just done once. Doctors, they invite people to go it from time to time, at least every month or every couple of months, or periodically. And this group of people was compared with healthy people, and you see very big difference. So with red bars, those are healthy people, and green bars, those are people who did osteopathy. And you understand that this is 2022-23. So it's what time is it? COVID. It was COVID time. And of course, it has strong effect on people, because we understand COVID was really very, very serious virus. It wasn't just something. And again, with energy. In this particular slide, it's vice versa. Red, it is people with osteopathy. Green, those are people controlled. It was just different colors. And again, so it means if people have osteopathy procedure on a regular basis, then it really influences their psychophysiological state, their energy, and all parameters of their functioning. Next, So it is again, yes. It's interesting paper. I present this paper because of one more topic. You see, you know that our partner with Biowell, it is Gaia company. And from the very beginning, from 2014, we're developing together. Oh, by the way, this year we had 10 years of developing of Biowell. That's another interesting topic. So I forgot to mention it. So for 10 years, we're developing Biowell now, and we have really good success with this. So, and our partner start developing a new line because, you know, he has Gaia.com company, but he started developing new line with supplements enhanced by plasma. And they believe that in plasma, we have special particles, and we have a lot of physical data on this topic. Particles, they can really come into the substance and enhance its activity. And in our medical university, we did big study on these supplements. And it was open, randomized, placebo-controlled trial for 90 days. I pay attention because this is the highest type of research when we have a group of people. We divide, so it was 80 people. We take their measurements before initially, and we always take measurements with Biowell, with HRV. In this case, it was questionnaire as well. Then we divide those groups to two, but very important, it should be random division. So it means that when we divide, we check whether they are same on parameters, no statistical difference in parameters between groups, or they're different. Because if they are different, it's not randomized division. So in research, because I know I received some research data, and I have received papers for review, and I always look whether it was randomized division or not. And in many cases, people didn't pay attention to this. And then all the results doesn't make sense. And in this case, it was all done very carefully. And we found that after 30, 60, and 90 days of using this amino acid composition, people really enhanced their mental abilities. It may be strange, but it is really so. And they increase their memory, first of all, that's important. Speed of cognition. They increased their activity. And this is really very good results and very highly supported. And I presented here because soon our partner wants to present this to the world, these supplements, and not only this one, and other types of supplements as well. And as we are partner, we'll be involved in distribution of these products. So all our distributors would be able to have access to these products. Of course, we need, first of all, to make certification in Europe, but they are preparing all the papers. We know how to do this in the European community. And it takes time, of course. I don't know when it will be done, maybe by the end of the year, but finally it will be done. It will be presented at our website, biowell.com, and you will be able to take part in this. And it's really amazing stuff. I'm using this myself. And my memory is much better now, much better. Now I can lecture and even in Spanish, and it's really works very well. Okay, and this is same. It's another paper of the same group, and you know that this group was led by Dr. Raul Valverde from Concordia University, who is now a very good partner of me, and he works with us on different projects. And it was found that people who've been using these supplements after COVID-19. They have much better results than people who who didn't use it and who had COVID. So it means it's one of the way how people can overcome results of COVID effect. Or this another paper that I pay attention to, because this is application of machine learning methods for the detection of pathology through artificial intelligence. And now we are developing this line. Later on, you will see a lecture of our colleague from India who will talk about this, but we are doing this in Russia as well. And this is a group of scientists from one of our universities, and they had big group of people, patients. All the people had analysis in classical way, and you see it's different: gallbladder, liver, pancreas, kidney, thyroid gland, and then they use artificial intelligence to define those parameters by biowell, and they found very good correlation. So it means that using artificial intelligence, now we can really create systems of analysis. Of course, for this, we need to have big databases. That's important. But we have 10 fingers. Yes. So every person has 10 images. If we have 100 people, it is 1,000 images. It's more than enough for artificial intelligence. Even for 50 people, it is 500. So again, it's quite a lot. So if you have several hundred images, then it's enough for artificial intelligence. And we are developing this line. So you see, it's very important to me because we are in this trend worldwide and we need to follow this trend. Okay, next topic, books. I just published a new book, The Principle of Bible Analysis. This is a really very important book, and you can find it now on lulu.com. Maybe soon I will put it on amazon.com as well. And now it's in the process. And this book is much cheaper than previous book. This on lulu.com, you can buy it for 20 euro. Maybe it will be even cheaper. But this is our next important book, because you see it has 4 parts: understanding the principles, biowell 3, new stage of technology development. This is description, very detailed description of different instrumentations, not only biowell, but Sputnik, different accessories altogether. Next, it is biowell accessories. And the 4th part is interpreting biowell data. So in previous book, The Energy of Health, it was some descriptions with pictures. Here we came another way. We just give descriptions, but all the data you can find on Medic. You know, this open account. That's why it was possible to make much more data. And we did this book together with Elena Yanovskaya. She's a psychologist. She has tremendous experience with Bible, because she came to me when she was a young girl in the 90s. And from that time, she worked in KTI, Learning Technology International, our first company. And she worked with Biowell. Then she graduated university, became psychologist. Now she uses Biowell in psychologist practice, and she works a lot. And she has tremendous understanding of psychological features. So in this book, a lot of data based on her own vision of psychology. So I think that all the people who buy Biowell, now they need to have this book. Now it is in the process of translating to Spanish and French, German as well. So I hope that in a couple of months we have all these translations ready, and then we'll be able to put this on Lulu or on Amazon. We'll see. So it will be available at least on main languages, and I hope that Neta will make this translation to Portuguese as well, because he's very efficient in this. Okay, so that's why, again, I pay attention to this book, not because it's my book. No. I will show you next my book. That's That's another topic. But because this is very important for biowell. And this book, The Principle and Practice of the Integrative Quantum Medicine, this book I did because for me it was interesting to understand what does it mean integrative quantum medicine, what the principle, what is the instruments, and here you see it's 5 parts, and in every part I give descriptions of different methods, different principles, and that's why it's a very detailed overview of what we have now in integrative quantum medicine. Plus, it was some chapters added by Dmitry Mokhov. It is professor, the head of the osteopathy society in Russia. And in Russia now, osteopathy it's a part of medical curriculum. So students study this in the university. And then it is homeopathy. Again, it is presented by top-level homeopaths in Russia. Acupuncture and integrative medicine. This is Professor Partsarniak, who has tremendous experience in using both classical medicine and Oriental medicine. He is the head of very big hospital in Russia, in St. Petersburg. And he combined this, and he is moving forward on this line tremendously. And heredotherapy. I don't know whether you know about this. It's using leeches. We like it in Russia. We love it. And I'm using it as well in our family because this is very, very important. Then application of electromagnetic fields, magnetic fields, light, sound, music for healthcare. Very detailed description of different instrumentations. Oops, sorry. Then home self-care versus healthcare, and the main conditions of good health. So you see, it's a lot of materials. And one more book, which I published on Amazon.com. This is interesting book, funny book, because I decided to give my ideas of my meetings with very interesting people. It was in Soviet Union, top level psyche people in Soviet Union, top level. Then it was in Germany, Victor Filippi. Then in the United States, you know, and then in Greece, Christos Drosinakis. And it's not only description of my meetings with all these extraordinary people, but it is measurements. So in this book, big part of the book, description of measurements, which I done with every one of this person. So that's maybe interesting. Okay, please turn off your mics because yes, we have sound. Okay, so that's that's all affordable. Articles papers you can find on IOMAP. Books you can find on Amazon or Lulu.com. And now, by the end, I want to tell you some funny topics about the energy of pyramids. You know that last year I published a paper about different pyramids study. And we did this study in Mexico, first of all, because we had journey for more than 3,000 kilometers from Mexico City to Yucatan. And on the way, we were able to stop and take measurements in different psyche places. It is different civilizations because in Mexico, there are not just only Aztecs. It was the latest. But before it was, of course, Maya civilizations, top level, and the highest maybe civilization in South America, and other civilizations like Olmecs, Toltecs. And we were able to go there along this way by car and to study this. And I had a lot of measurements. And what's important for us, all the measurements with sacred places, I always did first outside, first calibration of the biowell outside, then I take measurements and come inside the sacred place and take measurements. And you see, so blue bars here, those are outside, and red bars, those are inside. And you see, pay attention that, of course, nearby top level pyramids or sacred places, we have very high energy, much higher than outside. But in some other places of because it's not just one pyramid, it's a whole complex. Sometimes we see practically same energy. So it means that when we study environment, we don't need to take measurements in one place. We need to take several places. Of course, the most convenient, this is with Bible Mini. And now I want to tell a little bit about our Egypt trip, because it was this year. It was in March with a group of people from Gaia company. We, their customers, we had this very interesting trip in Egypt. And, you know, Egypt is top level, about pyramids, it's Sphinx, but we were able to take measurement in nearby Sphinx because we came there by 7 o'clock in the morning. It was nobody, and I was able to take measurements. But nearby Great Pyramids, Giza Plateau, it was absolutely impossible. Impossible. Because in Egypt, they totally forbid to make any measurements, any type of measurements. And every time when you go to some sacred place, you need to pass security. And every time I was stopped and they asked, what is it? Mini device. And my phone is understandable, but mini device and Sputnik. And finally, I came to idea. I told them, oh, you know, this is my cardiometer. I need to measure my heart on a regular basis. Oh, no, it's impossible. No, you see, do you want me to die nearby pyramid? If you want, of course, please take it. No, please go, we'll go. You see how it was. But at Giza Plateau, we were followed all the time, but local guards, and it was absolutely impossible to make measurements. But later on, we took this big boat, and by boat, we came from Luxor to Aswan. It took us 5 days, and on the way, we were able to stop by at all different sacred places, and we were able to be there, and they're big places. So it's not just one pyramid or 2 pyramids like in Giza. It's a big place, so it was always possible to find hiding place over there. And of course, it's fantastic, it's beautiful. And with in different places, together with my friend Nima Farshid, and it's our representative in United States, we were able to take measurements. So together, we were finding some corners, we were hiding somewhere, and other people, they were covered us, and we were able to take measurements. And you see, this is the results of measurements. Green bars, those are measurements in the hotel. Red bars, those are measurements nearby Sphinx. And you see it's much higher. And blue and yellow bars, those are measurements at Hathor Temple and Luxor Temple. And you see it's huge difference. Same with, again, in the morning, I did measurements at the boat because we came out from the boat and we board just inside practically the sacred place. And you see again, green bars, those are at the boat outside, and red bars, those are Horus at Fu Temple. And then 3, it is Ombo Temple, another. And all other measurements, those are also Aswan. In different places in Aswan. You know that Aswan, it's a place of special granite. And most of obelisks and statues in Egypt was done from this granite from Aswan. Now we know that this granite has a lot of quartz inside. But still it is granite. Why should it be different from other granite? It was many cases was much nearer places with other type of granite. But Egyptians, they were bringing granite only from Aswan. And now I can tell you some maybe glimpses that will give us explanation why. It is Saqqara. I don't know whether you know about this place or not. I never heard about this before, never. It is about 40 kilometers from Cairo. So from Aswan, we came back by flight to Cairo. And there we came by car to this Saqqara. There they have the oldest pyramid in the world, so named Djoser pyramid. And you see this pyramid is here. And this is the first pyramid which was created by in Egypt. You know that altogether in Egypt it's about almost 100 pyramids, different pyramids. Then we have another type of pyramids. So altogether in the Saqqara there are 3 pyramids, and in all those pyramids you can come inside. That's very important. And of course, inside, nobody pay attention what you do. We did measurements. Plus, you see, when you come inside, you see this huge shaft like this, about 40 meters deep. And at the back of this shaft, at the bottom, there are big stone cube. So it's not sarcophagus, it's a stone cube from solid stone, huge, several, maybe tens of tons. Why? Nobody knows. Just nearby this Djoser pyramid, in the desert, you can find same shaft, like this. And again, only stone cube inside, nothing else. Then, and as I've told, there are not many people, because it's not very well known. That's why I was able to take measurements in different places. And I will show you results. But what was impressive, we came to Serapeum. Serapeum, it's underground, and it's this huge tunnel, more than 500 meters long, done in rocks. Can you imagine that people from ancient civilization with their chisels, they can do this tunnel? Very, very unlikely. Even if they have thousands of slaves, I don't imagine how it's possible to do it, this tunnel. But it's not only, they did pyramids, as we think so. Then it's not only so. In this Serapeum, you see the plan of this Serapeum, there are big boxes. Again, it's not sarcophagus. It's huge granite boxes. All of them, they done from Aswan granite. All of them. All of them, they're huge. So the box itself, it's about 20 tons. The lid, it's about 5 tons. And you see, it's really big, quite big. So again, and there are no hieroglyphs on these boxes. No, nothing is written there, nothing, and nothing inside. They're empty. Some of them was closed when archaeologists found this, because it was found in mid-18th century, before it was totally covered with sand. And archaeologists opened these boxes, but it was empty. So it was clear, no mummies. In other places, there are many graves with mummies, with different type of mummies, even animals, but not here. So what it is? And one more interesting topic. You know that Biwell Mini operates on Bluetooth. That's why I can take measurements in deep caves. I don't need Wi-Fi to take measurements. Offline mode, Bluetooth, and that's it. Here in Serapeum, Bluetooth was totally blocked. It was impossible to take any measurements in Serapeum. Nima did filming, and his mic was on Bluetooth as well. No sound. It was found later. So why? Why these granite blocks totally blocked electromagnetic waves. We don't understand this. We know that in modern technology, of course, we can block electromagnetic waves, but not why here? Why in this cave? So it's a big, big question. And you see all the other measurements that I've done in different places. Again, green, it is bus stop, and all other places nearby different pyramids. And we decided to repeat this measurement next day. So with NIM, we came next day, and it was same results. It was great energy, very high energy nearby pyramid, and much, much higher than outside. Even we did measurement around so-named red pyramid, one of the pyramids. And you see it was bus stop, it was 2.7, and everywhere it was much more than 3. And the highest was inside, deep, deep inside the pyramid. You've shown this picture when we were coming inside with Nima, you see. And it's really challenging to come inside. And inside was the highest energy. So what does it mean? It means that it was some prehistoric technology. It wasn't technology that was developed by ancient Egyptians. It was some given to them. And we believe that they've been using anti-gravity. Because you see, in one pyramid, it is more than 1 million blocks weighing from 1 ton or 2 tons to 40 tons. 1 million block only in one pyramid. And it's almost 100 pyramids. So only to cut and to transport and to put this together without anti-gravity seems to me it was impossible. And we know that it is possible. In Florida, people can visit so-named Coral Castle. This is very well known. This castle was created from blocks weighing from 1 ton to 5 tons. And it was created by one man without any technology. It was done in mid-30s, 1930s. So it was our time practically. So this person, he came from Lithuania, and there he had some lover. Then he lost his love, and he decided to make some monument in her memory. And he did it all alone at night. Every block he carried from 15, 20 kilometers away. He cut it himself. He put them together without any instrumentations. He didn't even have had a car. And he did everything in totally secret. And when he was asked how he did it, he told, yes, I did it because I developed new principle of physics. But I don't want to give it to humanity. It's too early. Because if I give it to humanity, they will use this principle for war. And I don't want to have it for war. That's why you need to know that it's possible. But maybe someday someone will develop this again. So, you see, that is why when we talk about Egyptian technologies, we believe, and there are now a lot more and more data that was from prehistoric civilization. And some people survived great flood that was destroying these civilizations. Some people survived. They were able to come to Egypt, and they were able to teach them these technologies. But then it was lost, because you know that after old first dynasty, in next dynasty, they didn't make pyramids anymore. They made beautiful buildings, they made columns. It's quite possible, it's understandable, but never ever they did big pyramids again. Okay, but of course it's a lot of questions, a lot of enigmas, but it's very interesting. And finally, I need to tell you that everything that we are doing, we do only because of our great team. Because we are a little group of developers. We develop some instruments, we develop some ideas, software, but we are little, very little group. Plus, we do it for people. If people would not use it, it would be for nothing. So I want to thank all of you, everybody, who help us to develop, who help us to move forward, and who help us to think about new stage and new development. And in the middle, you see, it's interesting picture. I like this picture. By the end of last year, last autumn, we had a workshop together with our French and Spanish representative, family border. You know, it's Christian, it's Paul, it's his wife as well. And it was Mitya there and myself. And we combined wonderful time in the mountains, walking in the mountains. And Sylvie, she was always the first one in the forward. And we were able to discuss a lot of topics and discuss a lot of new development. So I hope that this type of workshops I like. So if you decide to make some workshop with skiing, like we did with Lisbeth just recently, or with climbing, or with coming, then I am very happy to come. It would be very great. Wonderful. Okay, so this was a little bit that I was intended to tell you. And now I want to tell you, now this SIS Science Information Spirit Congress 2024 is open. You're very welcome, and let's move forward. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. You are right on time, ideally.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for the lecture and interesting stories about your infinite travels around the world. So imagining what will be the next trip and what there are no more pyramids in Egypt, I think, that you have not visited, so you will have to find some new ones.
No, next will be
Build one.
No, next plan to go to Chile and Argentina, because there are a lot of interesting natural phenomena, and that's why my idea to take measurements of natural phenomena as well.
Super. So there is already an intrigue for the next Congress. Well, good day to everyone. My name is Dmitry or Mitya Orlov, and my topic for today will be about our new development, new programs that we want to add to the Biowall software. So, but before I come to, just actual demonstration of the programs, I need to speak a little bit about why do we go in this direction by adding more and more tabs, more programs in the software? Well, you see that I don't have any medical or psychological education, and I've learned to do the interpretation on my own, just like by practice, by practicing it and listening to other people who have some experience in this field. So, but the main question in the Biowall is what we actually doing the analysis of. So what's the main reason of using the Biowall? And so, and also we the adjacent question is what our users, Biowall users, lack the most. And the answers are very close to each other, because when some people buy the Biowall, they expect to see something that is not visible or measurable by other methods. So they expect to see something that you can't see in other places and with other methods and technologies. But what they lack is that once they do this magical beep, 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 the gas the discharge with the biowell with GDV camera, the problem is that what to do with these images, what to do with all these numbers, because actually the software doesn't give any interpretation. So the main thing that most of the biowell users lack is the interpretation of the data, and henceforth education in this field, how actually to extract useful data from the enormous amount of digits and pixels that you see on the screen. So the next question that arises is why it is so damn hard to make interpretation with the biowell. Because actually it is true, it is hard to do the interpretation, and many biowellers who just get their new device and think that, oh yeah, now I will rule the world. Unfortunately, they stumble upon big problems in this area. And one of the reasons is because, well, from my perspective, is just because human organism by default doesn't want to share its secrets. No matter what kind of tool you use, if you are not actually cutting the body and actually extracting everything out from outside and looking at it, still maybe you will see only the structural part, when you will not understand how it functions just by looking at it. So it's still a big problem that the organism doesn't want to reveal the secrets. And most of the biowellers and just therapists. It's not only about application of the biowell, it's also about application of different other technologies. People expect that they do the measurement and they like get everything just from the first try. So, but unfortunately, in the biowell, one of the biggest issues is that you do the scan when the client comes to you, and it doesn't correlate with the feedback from the client. So you don't see those, chronic fatigue or pain in that area or like other stuff on the scan. And most of the people just get disappointed with the technology just because they don't see this direct correlation. So I will show just as an example in the biowell software, one of the cases. But this is one of the biggest problems in the interpretation, because people expect to see the direct correlation between the complaints of the client with the first default scan. But if we take into consideration that our organism has self-regulatory processes, compensatory processes that usually block the external view of the problems that are inside, the default scans do not reveal the secrets in most of the cases. Maybe if you will scan the person who is in an acute stage of illness development, like in some hospital already, then yeah, you will get the direct correlation right from the first scan. But usually such people don't come for the biowell scans. Usually people who come for the biowell scan, they feel more or less fine, so they have some complaints, but they were able to come, etc. themselves. So, and then there is another thing, is that the actual feedback from the client is not always equal to the actual state of the client. Because what we think that is happening inside of us doesn't mean that it's actually happening inside of us. So our feelings and emotions and our self-assessment is not so true. So when you do the biowell scans, you cannot fully trust the feedback from the client. You have to actually use the technology. So as long as the biowell is a functional analysis, you have to understand that function is not a static thing. Function is a dynamic thing. You cannot study dynamic process by doing one static image. It's impossible. How can you measure the speed of the car if you have only one photo of this car in one moment? It's impossible, just like from the physical point of view. Same with the body, like you are trying to understand all the processes that are going on inside the body and reveal all the secrets, but you're doing only one scan. So even if you just repeat the scans multiple times in the default state, in most of the cases, you will still not reveal the secret of the body, because the body will hide them and compensate them and imitate that everything is fine. So that's why one of the main tricks and methods in the interpretation, and not only in the biowell, but in most of the therapies, is that in order to find out what's actually going on a functional level, you have to apply some load, some stress. So, and then you can see the reaction of the organism to this applied stress, and then you can see the delta, the shift, the changes that happen. So if you think that there are problems with respiratory system, you have to do the breathing exercises. If you think there are some other problems with the digestive system, you will have to see the reaction to some food consumption, etc., or drinking some liquid, etc. So there should be some stress tests that help you to reveal what's going on inside. Because with any system, there are so-called, stress tests that should be done. Same thing when you put your car on the service, they will do and run those stress tests for it, for the braking mechanism, for the air conditioner mechanism, etc. So they will do these kind of stress tests. So in order to actually reveal the secrets, you have to do these, apply some stress on the person, and then do the scans and see the reaction. So in this case, you have higher probability of actually seeing and revealing the truth about the client. So, and unfortunately, I will share the screen and will show you a scan. So this person has come for a consultation with a complaint of a fatigue, or even chronic fatigue, that the person feels tired non-stop. And whatever he starts doing, he feels tired right away. So, but the first scan is showing optimal energy, 52 joules. Good. Then next default scan has been made, again 52.8, so same. So you see almost no difference between two scans. They both were done in the default state. So then even the scan was made in after a little bit of running. But you see again, the energy is 53. So how come that like person feels tired and the energy still stay optimal? Like if there will be more biowell users online now, I will ask them that, have you had such an experience when you have done the scan maybe late in the evening or at night when you're absolutely tired and the biowell shows that your energy is optimal? I think that most of the biowell users has stumbled upon this situation, and they were just asking, how come? How can this happen? Why my energy is optimal while I'm feeling tired or exhausted? So, and here we come to the question, what is the difference between the energy that we see in the biowell and actual your feeling of tiredness? Because what is actually feeling tired inside of your body? When you say you are tired, do you mean that your liver is tired, or maybe your kidney is tired, or you mean your left lung is tired, or something like that? No, I think that when you say that you're tired, it comes from here, your overall feeling, or maybe from your muscles, because you've done a lot of physical work through the day. Maybe you were standing a lot or running or walking, etc. So, but tell me, those of you who are biowell users, do we have muscles sectors in the biowell system that can show the tiredness of the muscles? Do we have, where are the main muscles? The legs, the arms, right? Do we have these sectors in the biowell? No, we don't. How can we see in the biowell tiredness of the muscles or tiredness of your brain that is like fed up with all this work or something, or other problems that can happen in real life? So tiredness is something else. So why do we see the optimal energy no matter what? Again, it's lack of usually education that doesn't allow us to make proper interpretation. So let's return back to what actually biowell measures. It measures the functional state of organs and systems in the organism, the energetic states. So we all know that each organ has a cycle, 24-hour cycle, where with the peaks of functionality and lows of functionality. So each organ, each system, like henceforth, each meridian and each dosha, etc., they like or like each meridian and each organ and system, they have highs and lows 24/7. But at any moment in time, some of the organs are at peak functionality while some are taking rest. So it doesn't matter at which time of the day you are doing measurement. Some of the organs are at peak functionality. Some are taking rest. So it means that there is no problem in seeing optimal energy when you are feeling tired at the evening, because organs work. They work 24/7. No matter what is your opinion about tiredness, your muscles are tired or not. Maybe your brain is more tired at the evening, etc. But in general, there are meridians, there are organs that are functioning at the peak performance at this any moment in time. Even at midnight, you can go to the software, you can open the meridians tab, and you can find out that the heart meridian, it has maximum at the daytime, while it has minimum at the midnight. So, okay, when you can expect this, but when you measure at the daytime, it can have higher emissions slightly. When you measure at midnight, it will have lower emissions slightly, right? So, but if you go for example, for the liver, you will find out that its maximum functionality is at the nighttime, at 1 to 3 a.m. So when you are asleep. So if you do the measurement at that time, you can expect to see higher emission in that area. So it means that whenever you do the measurements, the energy is an optimal range, not because you are tired or not tired, it's because your organs that are measured in our system, these sectors, are working optimally. Some are doing their job because it's working hours for them. Some are taking rest because it's a time for rest. So, but again, people get confused if they don't understand this properly, these 24-hour cycles, the meridians, etc. So in order to make proper interpretation in the biwell, you have to study these things, and you have to understand not only the superficial level, but you have to study different other approaches to the understanding of the human being. So that's why some years ago we have introduced the Yin Yang program, the 12 meridians idea. So it is here. You can always see at which time of the day, which meridian is at maximum peak performance, when it is at lowest performance. And then maybe you will, sooner or later, you will understand these kind of, oscillation, how our organism works, like the engine in the car, the cylinders going up and down in each time. So then you know that we have the chakras program that helps us with the psychological interpretation, etc. But we were always eager to find more correlations, so to look at the person from different perspectives. So that's why we are constantly working on introducing new programs into the biwell software to help you with the interpretation. So one of the programs that Dr. Gururaj will talk about during this congress is about doshas, the 3 doshas, the Ayurvedic approach. And this program gives this, from the full scan, gives the assessment of the doshas. Gururaj will speak more about it. He has done correlation studies with the Indian device for correlation with the biwell scans, and will reveal the results that he has accumulated through this time, because we have started developing this program almost 2 years ago. So there's a lot of statistical data collected. Another program is the connection of well, of course, of course, if you look at each chakra, you will have some connections with different organs and functions. Same as meridians. Same if you go to another new program, vertebrae, about each part of your vertebra, you can see which of them are hyper-functioning or hypo-functioning, which are in optimal state. And again, you will see the link to a specific organ or system that this specific vertebra is connected to. Again, it's a different aspect from which you can look at the person, and that can help you with interpretation. Because for even if you take some set diagnoses, there can be multiple reasons why the person is in such a state. It's not only the physiological, like it can be the vertebra, it can be nerves near these vertebra that are getting blocked, and that the innervation of a specific organ doesn't work properly. Or if we go to the chakras, it can be a psychological thing, because every organ, every system has a connection with some feeling and emotion. So then again, we can see it's another aspect from which you can do interpretation and think that, okay, if you are feeling constantly tired and exhausted, etc., so then maybe it's on a psychological level too. It's one of the aspects too. Then the teeth program, the dental program that we are developing, well, the design of these programs is not yet finished. So these are all like in a test mode. So we are collecting more data, and we're working on the beautiness of these programs. Dr. Neto Pignatar from Brazil will speak about these connections, that every tooth in your mouth has a specific connection with specific organs and meridians and vertebrae. So now, like, you have a connection with the teeth, meridian, organ, and vertebrae. So you can combine and look at the one symptom that you know about from different aspects. So we expect an interesting report from Dr. Neto Pignataro, about the dental program. I will not talk more about it. There is one more program that we are developing now. We are working on a psychodynamics program that will allow you to make a like neurodynamic psychological interpretation of the case when you have done multiple scans for the person. And then this program in the compare mode will give you some conclusions about this person from a psychological and neurological perspective. Well, this program, we are still, you know, like enriching it, adding more and more features into it, but it's one more aspect beside the chakras that everybody knows, because the chakras is one of the oldest programs in the Biowell software and GDV software. So this neurodynamic program will add a little bit on top and help you a little bit with interpretation of the psychological aspects. But well, for example, the last program that I will talk about is the lifestyle. Well, it has been already several years, I think, since we have started working on development of this approach, the lifestyle analysis approach in the Biowell software. And this year we have devoted to the work on actual cool design of this program, because this is the aspect that we want to pay maximum attention to. So why? Because when you find out that something is wrong, like on a functional level, energetic level, with the liver, with the lungs, or with some intestines or vertebrae, etc., what will you do? So one of the solutions, you can go to an allopathic doctor who will prescribe you some pills, or maybe you will go to some functional doctor who will tell you maybe more interesting exercises to fulfill, etc. But well, what we try to highlight for all the practitioners who uses the Biowell, the integrative medicine approach, is that it's all about the lifestyle in most of the cases. So whenever you see some problems in one or another sphere, usually it is directly connected with some of the spheres in your lifestyle. So, and we have prepared a new design for the lifestyle tab that will help you to do the interpretation of the 6 main spheres of the lifestyle. You remember, maybe some of you remember that we were talking more about 5 levels, 5 spheres. So now we have, you know, corrected it, improved it. So it's 6 spheres. So it's physical activity, and you see the icon is demonstrating it. The nutrition, what you eat and consume, the psychological state, mental state, the environmental influences that also influence your energetic state, the time of the day, the regime that you like when you sleep, etc. So mainly connected with the brain activity, and also the endocrine system, the hormonal activity, the sexual activity for men and women. So these are the 6 main spheres that actually affect the energetic state of the person. So, and can lead to some problems with one or another organ or system in the body. So actually what we try to introduce here is that instead of taking pills, if it's not too late, I mean, you can see that the highest level of the attention should be to the physical activity. So it will mean that you don't need to do a surgical operation. You just need to devote more time to movement. You do the stretching, you do yoga, you walk more, etc. And the problems that you experience now will get solved. maybe your organism is lacking some vitamins or minerals or amino acids, etc. So that means you need to change a little bit the nutrition. Maybe you need to take some food additives, etc. Then this sphere will get highlighted. You will know that this is the sphere in which you need to work more at this moment. So this is the dark mode. This is the preliminary version of an so-called esoteric mode. And the light mode of this tab will look like this. So we are going to, finalize the design of it, and soon we will introduce it to the Biowall software, and the lifestyle tab with the interpretation, with highlighting for you the top priority for the scanned person, will help you in making real interpretation and give it to the client some useful recommendations. It's time for me to conclude, I think. Well, just to finalize with these case that I have opened for you. So the person who was scanned 3 times, and even the energy remained the same even after running, and person was not convinced with the Biowall just by looking at the integral values. Well, you need to a little bit dig deeper into understanding why exhaustion, lack of energy can happen. So it means that you need to study the functional responsibilities of different organs. So you need to know that, okay, in order to produce energy, you need glucose and you need oxygen. So then it means you need liver function and you need lungs function. So it means then there is also the endocrine system issues with the, for example, thyroid gland. But well, let's start from the superficial level. And if we look at the scans made for this person, with all 3 times from 3, we will see this abnormal emission at the liver area. So it has gone even more abnormal after the exercises. So for sure, there is something wrong in energetic state of this organ. And liver is directly connected with the production of the energy, especially when you have any physical load. Also, if you look at the lungs, you will also find for this person that the respiratory system is not doing very good too. So you see the highest values are here for the liver sector and for respiratory system and lower back. Well, it's not something unusual having the lower back like that for people nowadays because we are living in a sitting regime too much. But what you see with the liver and lungs, it can directly tell you that, yeah, the exhaustion, like physical exhaustion, can happen just because liver and lungs doesn't work properly. So there is not enough oxygen, there is not proper processing of glucose in the organisms. So then, even though you don't see the optimal level generally, you see the optimal level generally, it can help you to understand why this exhaustion happens for this specific person, and then you tell that the direction in which person needs to move. So you need to take care of nutrition. Maybe you need to check, thanks to the new programs, you can check vertebrae, you can check the psychological part, you can check the meridians, you can check teeth, because there are teeth that are connected with the liver function, etc. So from different perspective, you can analyze this case, and just by knowing that, okay, exhaustion, what can it be connected to? And you click in different programs, look at this from different perspective, and you know where to go. So these programs that I have talked about, the lifestyle program will be a default program for everyone, whilst other programs that I have talked about, they will be a one-time buy. So if anyone will be interested in looking at the teeth or at the doctors, you will have the opportunity to buy this program in your private cabinet at bwacc.com. And it will get activated forever ever in your software, in your account. So soon, like very soon, right after the Congress, we will introduce this functionality to the cabinets. But well, didn't want to introduce it too fast because we are expecting very interesting reports and presentations from Guru Raj and Nato about two of these programs. I thank you very much for your attention, and it's time for the next speaker to start, and I would like to introduce one of the most active distributor and first of all trainers in the world, Guru Raj, who is specialist in guasha therapy, guasha in other words, and also specialist in meridians and Ayurveda. So he will be the next presenter. Guru Raj, let me see you. Are you there? Are you ready? Guru Raj, give me a note. Under which of the accounts you are? I see two of you here. MGF Mysuru, MGF Mysuru. Which one is the one that I need to turn on the microphone?
Thank you very much. I think I'm online.
Ah, here you are. Okay, so let me make. Here you are. I can now see you. Good to see you. It's a great honor for all of us to have you on this Congress. And well, you're one of the best trainers in the world. Really gemstone in our collection of top specialists. And we expect a wonderful lecture from you today. And we know that you will give us one more lecture tomorrow. So the stage is yours. Go.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. And welcome everyone for this session. And it's so good to see the whole family together. It's always a pleasure. And today is my topic given, which which I have been working since a few time now, is AI application and Bible interpretation. Just now, we had a beautiful presentation from Dimitri. He told, see, interpreting a Bible report from different angles is a challenge. I can be a specialist in meridian. One can be a specialist in Ayurveda. One can be a specialist in, different other anatomy, physiology, whatever it is. But the whole speciality is required for us to understand the functioning of the human body. Human body is a complex mechanism. As we are going to have one more presentation, which wherein, even the teeth, you cannot neglect the teeth. As a clinical practitioner, I look the entire body. And till now, can any one of us question ourselves that after looking at the Bible, have we ever asked, did the patient had any dental treatment recently? Because that is also very important to understand in the interpretation part of it. Now, while we were looking at this, see, we can look the Bible report in the form of, in the Ayurvedic concept, in the principles of meridians, very important. And of course, we have the organ system as well, which is presented in the Bible. But after getting the Bible, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to give the solution. As a clinical practitioner, I have to give a solution to my patient. How would I give my solution? What is the angle of my therapy which I'm going to do so that the patient's symptoms can be elevated? So here we started working with one of the important topics, introduction. Can we somehow make use of artificial intelligence? Can we make the knowledge of AI? Can we bring it into our Bible system and try to see that it will be a assistant for us in understanding the reports what you got from the patient? So I just begin by introducing this concept. This concept is a very well-known concept today in the world, because majority of the system are now following artificial intelligence. Now, what is this artificial intelligence? Just we go brief between with that, and then we take it up with the reports. As you know, it is a computer science. It's a knowledge which is ever growing. Every time you start using AI, the knowledge of AI keeps on increasing. So we call it as a learning mechanism. It's one of the best known systems right now. And this learning mechanism, practically, if you see, we can bring it up in our centers, in our clinical practices, and try to get the information from the reports what we have, from the reports of Bible. Of course, let me tell you, it is an assistant. It is, of course, there are deep, when you go into the engineering of this artificial intelligence, you have definitely the knowledge, the data which is required, the machine learning program and the deep learning programs are all integrated into this. But we don't need to understand all of these. We need to understand how is this now included in our system, how it can be made use of in our system. So we know that Bible reporting is a data. We have certain data with us. And AI is very much efficient in making a data analysis. So all of us present here today, we'll start making the analysis by using the AI. And with my 13 years of clinical practice and thousands of cases what I have in Bible, I have started making use of AI with meridians, Ayurveda, diet, everything. I will demonstrate that to you, all of that today. The beautiful part is it is a complete learning process. There is reasoning, of course. It's a continuous mechanism where it's like you're sitting with a specialist and trying to ask, see, this is okay, this is what you're given. Now, what about this? So it understands and it starts answering you like a human, like an assistant with complete knowledge of the subject. Obviously, when you're making a AI, data is compulsory. So here, artificial intelligence is not going to be of any use to you in collecting the data. So the scans, the calibration process, you are supposed to do by yourself. So don't expect the computer to do all automatically. The process of calibration and taking the scans is done by a clinician. We do that, right? Then we have a program of training the machine. Your computer knows nothing until and unless you train it, until and unless you tell it, right? And then it starts giving you the results. But the beauty of training the machine is, let me tell you that today, in today's world, AI is completely trained. It has knowledge from all the fields, all the angles. And how quick it can analyze the data is something, I will show you. And with the demonstration, it becomes very, very clear. So we need to now assess a lot of data. And these data can be assessed within seconds. Can you imagine that in a clinical practice, what we are doing, we take minimum of 2 scans, 3 scans, and 4 scans of a patient. And then you have to analyze all of them one by one. And then you have to summarize the results of individual reports. And then you have to come to a conclusion that this might be the condition of the patient's symptom. So, it's not an easy job, right? It's a laborious job what you're going to do with 4 and 5 scans. Sometimes it may increase. So obviously, let us move ahead with these slides. Let us pay concentration on Bible. Okay, what is this? Timeline. Okay, this is all available, timeline. And why I have kept all these slides is because it shows that AI is being used in the health sector, wellness sector, in medical field completely. It's now taken over, and no more people, they are more relied on this. And big hospitals, if you go, you will see doctors and nurse or assistants having a tab with them, and every detail you get, the BP parameter, the pulse parameter, or any parameters which are derived from the patient, are fed into the AI. And immediately it says, oh, this might be the reason why this is shooting up. And it's being used in oncology. It's been used in eye, opticals. So especially in deciding with the retinopathy cases, diabetic retinopathy is a very complicated system, and it's now a part of it. AI is part of it. So anything you want to know about diabetic retinopathy, it is ready-made available to you. You don't need to train the computer anymore. It's already available. Then you see your Google's AI eye doctor, a very well-known application and hardware. Its retina scans are known among the world. So this is the best AI usage, and we all use this, isn't it? We all use the eye watches. Eye watches have now AI, and of course, they can detect arrhythmias, they can detect plenty of cardiac conditions. And like you can see there, it collects data such as heart rate, sleep cycle, very, very important parameter, breathing rates, activity levels, and of course, the blood pressure, risk of heart attacks. Everything can be now analyzed by using AI. And of course, in medical field, if you take the diagnosis part of it, in medical imaging and diagnosis, AI plays an important role. All of you can just drag some X-ray. Okay, people like, for example, when they come to my clinic with some back pain or knee pain, they always come with the X-ray. And how many of us can know how to read an X-ray? We don't even know. And AI is already being trained to read the X-rays. So as a clinician, I take the image, I give it to AI, and immediately, it can tell me whether there is any dysfunction, there is any fractures, there is any hairline cracks, whatever it is, it gives you the understanding. So AI is being used not only in the preliminary stages, but even in the advanced sections of MRI scans. We use AI now. And recently, hospitals in Mysore, they are all coming up with AI reporting system. I'll show you some of them as well. So this is again in medical diagnosis. So we are already utilizing the AI. Okay, these are all the studies which have been done. So we'll straight away move ahead. Assisting in healthcare. This is where AI is going to be useful for a clinician. All of us, when you take a scan, we need to derive, we need to come to a conclusion of what has happened. And at that particular stage, we will be requiring assistance. I have trained many of the students, and in some cases, what happens, they always call me. They say, okay, see, this is a scan which I've got before and after, or 3 scans, 4 scans, they send me. And they say, what could be the probable reason, or what could be the probable finding in this particular data, in this particular scan. So there I take the assistance of AI. Of course, it's in self-care, clinical advice, and several other aspects. AI is now being integrated, and more important, managing our data. But our whole concentration is using this artificial intelligence. Can I make a meridian analysis? Is it possible? Can I make a correction in the diet system of the patient? Can I try to understand which organs or systems of this particular patient is under stress? And all this based on the reports, what you have got from Bio. So artificial intelligence, Bio reports are going to be interpreted now by AI. We started by telling that understanding Bio reports is a challenge. It's not that easy. Interpretation is not that easy. You cannot simply look at a report and say, oh, this is high, this is low, this is how we have. No, there are multiple parameters involved in that. Right? And we are going to look into each one of them and then try to understand if we can all make use of this AI in our reporting system. Right? So what are the biggest advantages what I can have with this? First and foremost, today's topic, I'm going to talk only about the parametric analysis. Though you know that we make 2 analysis in Bival reports, we make the parametric analysis, you can make the visual analysis. You all know about that. So today, let's focus on parametric analysis. Very, very important, right? Now, first and foremost, if you have 4 scans of yours, of the patient, you know how much of data is collected from Bival? It's huge. Huge data is collected. Huge parameters are calculated. And then it is analyzed in a way and shown in a graphical manner, in a visible manner to us in the software. But is it analyzed? You are supposed to analyze it. This is a graphical representation of stress levels. How do you analyze that for a particular patient with the presenting symptoms? Now, the biggest challenge is 1 scan I can read, 2 scans I can read. I can make a note of it. But if it's multiple scans, multiple record, how are you going to compare them at once and try to understand what has happened in subsequent scan? Most of the many students, many users of Bival, they call me, they say, sir, you say that Bival is very stable, but I take a scan now and I take a scan after 5 minutes, the 2 results are different. Obviously, it cannot be same. It is not only physiological, it's also psycho-emotional. So psycho-emotional parameters are always to be taken into consideration. So I always guide them. Whenever you take a blood report, whenever you take any of the biochemistry reports, you make second report and see if you get the same variables. The variables will always change. The biggest advantage, what I want to know is the derived. Okay, I'm sorry, there is a slight disruption in the power supply. I'm connected with my laptop now. So if I can be permitted to share the screen. Or the existing presentation is to be stopped. So we'll do that. Yeah, it's okay. I got it. I think I'm here. Okay, we were here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all good, all good.
A...
We just don't see the video, your video. We see only the presentation.
Okay, well, my video is again there. There we go.
Ah, here you go.
So fine. So derivation of the meaning of the report. So whatever reports you have got, how do you derive the meaning of that? What does that understand? On connecting to multiple branches, as I told you, Bival reports can be connected to chakras. It can be connected to meridians. It can be connected to Ayurvedic systems. And it can, of course, be connected to the teeth and meridian system in the body. So immediate connections with multiple systems is possible. And you can also get immediate recommendations by using the application. Now, I will tell you how exactly it can be utilized, it can be done. And before doing that, let me open up my Bival scan. I will show you one important place in Bival scan, which we all have to concentrate, and that where you're going to get all the necessary data. Okay, you're going to get all the necessary data. Now, this is the Bival application, as you can see. And here, let's say that these are the 4 records of the patient for which I have to do the analysis. Now I put them to compare. And when you come to compare, probably this is what you're going to see. There are 3 scans. And this is a compare report that you're going to get. And all of you, please observe that there is one column, one tab called as export to CSV. So this is a very important tab in compare. Maybe it's used more for statistical data or any research purposes, but now you all can make use of it. you are going to get a CSV
Guru,
file.
right, we don't see your screen. We don't see your screen. Guru, right.
You don't see the screen?
No, we
Excuse
see
me.
previous screen with Bible
Okay,
device.
can you see this? Can you see this?
Yes, now yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, this is a compare screen where you have the export to CSV file. So you're going to get a separate Excel file, a CSV file, and this CSV file is going to be very useful. Why you have to do this is because, as Dr. Koretkov in his presentation told, that there are viable API now available. Till the APIs can be utilized in your application and you can get the data. This is how you will be able to export the data from Bible directly, either the AI, artificial intelligence API, or the Bible API. In either way, it cannot be integrated. So this is a one tab which you all have to concentrate and see to that you're exporting the data to CSV. It's a simple file immediately you're going to get on your system. Now, I'll show you the file. And I can come back to presentation later. So, okay, let me do it live. So I take the export to CSV and I take the file there. So there you go. It's in desktop. Hopefully it should be present here. Now this is a file which I'm talking about. You see it can open in your Excel application, but do not be frightened with the amount of data. It's a huge data. And I'll tell you, with 3 scans or even 1 scan, you're going to have around 1,565 rows in it. Do not worry about it. So now my whole goal is analyzing this Excel file. And this Excel file can be easily analyzed by artificial intelligence. It can be, it's the best data analyzer, I can say, right? Now, how do you use it? First thing, paid options are available. You can buy the APIs, ChatGPT is available. You can buy the APIs and you can do that. But let's go with the free. Let's go with the more, user-friendly way of doing it. Once you have this file with you, you can straight away simply export it to a PDF format. I'll tell you why. What is the benefit of PDF format? PDF formats can easily be analyzed by API, by what we call it as chat PDFs. So here you go. The PDF is open in the Microsoft Edge. Now this is a browser. Universally every application will have, every system will have a browser. So the same file is now open in the form of PDF in Edge. Why I choose Edge is you can choose Chrome also, but Edge gives you integrated artificial intelligence analysis, especially ChatGPT version 4, which is usually a paid application. It is free with Edge, right? So here, if you see on the top in the Edge there, it says ask Copilot about this file. Now this all what you're supposed to do is just come to your Copilot and there you go. You have the application ready, right? And sometimes if you want, you can go in for a pro version of it, which can give you more stable or more, appropriate results. So here you go, Copilot Pro, or even with Copilot, you'll be able to get the results. Now, how are we going to do the measurements? How are we going to understand what artificial intelligence can do? For this, we I also trained my students in this to find out with the data analysis part of it. So I trained them. So we have covered what is called as masterclass AI for Bible separately. And here you see we have generated certain chatbots and we also have prompts. For example, I am a meridian expert, so I would be more concentrating on meridian diagnosis. But first, universally, let's look at chakra analysis. So what is this which is getting copied? What is getting copied is the chakra analysis. That is prompt to derive the data from this particular PDF, find out about the chakras, all the chakras, and then it has to give its analysis. So this is a prompt, which is written with the help of prompt engineering, and it is going to extract the data from the file what you have derived. From the file what you have derived, remember that this file has 3 scans. It has 3 instances, 3 scans. So here, if I give this prompt to the Copilot, now the artificial intelligence will start functioning. It starts reading the data. Now, biggest advantage of Copilot is that your data is completely safe, right? Here you go. Now, in chakras, if you know, you need to know about the alignment, asymmetry of individual chakras, whether it is extrovert, introvert. So it makes the analysis completely. And then you see it's mentioning the chakras which are deviated from norm, which have maximum deviations with respect to alignment and also with respect to its asymmetry, whether it is, introvert or extrovert. So you have the complete, here you go. Anahata shows a strong right side deviation introvert in the second measurement. So it is deriving this data from the PDF here. You got a report, and this report can be exported to Word or to any other in the PDF format. And usually in my clinical practice, I give it to my patients so that it can be helpful to them in understanding about these chakra measurements. Now you see, this is not all with AI. Now with this particular chakral alignment, what recommendations can be given to the patient based on the report, based on this chakra position? What recommendations can be given? So this is the AI. So I can always go ahead and continue with the reporting. Now already I have got the report about the chakras. Now I will ask recommend, and you'll be surprised to see recommend proper diet to the patient or the person, however you feel like that the patient, so that these chakras are more aligned. Right, so it's going to again look into the data, and then it says it's going to give you a proper diet. And let me tell you, we are not the dietitians. We are not dietitians. We don't have any expertise in dietitians. We should always recommend the patient to go to a dietitian. And you know, chakral alignment is possible with probable food. Just with probable food intake, it is possible. And this is a recommendations what you can get from AI. So you see the benefit of scanning, benefit of getting the reports from all the 4 scans. It compares all the 4 scans and then gives you the analysis, gives you the report based on alignment, based on asymmetry. So it says Swadhisthana, Anahata, and Sahasrara. So these are the ones which are prominently seen to be affected. And based on that, it recommends also. You can see for my clinical practice, I use Guasa and terahertz therapy. So for your clinical practice, you can start using your own therapies, what you do. So with that particular therapy, how it can be corrected. This is just for chakras. Now, if you can see, I have done only for chakras. Now I come back to my masterclass and I say, make a meridian diagnosis. Now, because I am a meridian therapist, and you know, majority of my cases, I make the meridian diagnosis. So I just copy and paste the prompt one time. And then now what it's going to do, it's going to measure, it's going to extract the data of all the meridians One is the energy value. Second one is the balance. Very important parameter, energy value and balance. And based on the energy value and balance, it will tell me which of the meridians are not normal or which are deviations either in energy or in the balance. And out of these 3 scans, where all these repetitions has happened, and depending on that, it's going to create a report for me. So I'm just going to submit the prompt, and automatically it's going to study my report. And based on the study of the report, it's going to prepare the data. There you go. And it usually takes very few seconds. You see that? It's deriving the data. 1, 2, 3 is scan 1, scan 2, scan 3. And it says immediately which is normal, which is not normal. And now the best part is, after comparing all the 3 scans, it's going to give me the analysis saying which meridian is 100% deviated from in all the 3 scans, in 2 scans, and then line of treatment, line of therapy, line of correction, depending on diet, depending on the type of therapy which you are going to give. There you go. The lung meridian, large intestines. Okay. So it gives the occurrence in all the 3 measurements, and then it says the lung meridian, the patient may experience respiratory problems such as cough, asthma, bronchitis, or shortness of breath. They may also have dry skin, fatigue, and sadness. So these are some of the few findings which the patient may have. Now we have to, of course, look into the symptoms from the patient and then get into the details of it, which one would be more appropriate. And then it gives you the treatment plan. So what is the treatment plan you can give based on GOSA or based on terahertz frequency? And also it says the points where you can concentrate. Look at that, LU9, LI4, SP3, HD7, ST. So it's giving very good findings. And the best part, what I like in AI is the diet restrictions. So this is something as a therapist, as a practitioner, we have to induce into the patient. We have to tell the patient, you can take this diet, you are supposed to avoid these diets based on the existing condition of yours. So the patient may need to follow a balanced and nutritious diet that supports the health and meridians and organs. The avoid foods that are cold, spicy, greasy, or processed. How did it come to know? Depending on based on the meridian values, based on the meridian deviations. So the patient is supposed to avoid that. So you can tell them that these are the foods which is to be avoided. And a comprehensive report is generated by AI automatically. And then you can give this reporting to the patient as well. So making use of artificial intelligence in understanding the parameters is very, very useful. One of the biggest challenge, as you all know, if you come to Bible, if you see in the Bible, so when you come here, one of the most important programs we look into is our energy diagram superimposed with, the area diagram. We look into this diagram. What does it indicate? It indicates the intensity. We say whether the intensity of a particular region is above the average intensity for 10 fingers, below the average intensity for 10 fingers. We need to find out depending on the gap. Okay, depending on this is only an indicative program, please. So we use this program every time, and we make analysis. So based on this, looking at if it is really touching, then it's not a good sign. So there should be immediate concentration what we have to do. Now, can artificial intelligence derive this? Can it come to a conclusion that yes, these are the sectors in this software, these are the sectors which you need to pay attention, because the intensity levels are varying in 3 scans, 4 scans, 5 scans, how much ever you give. Now, the best part, what I liked is, in my program, we have generated for the very first time what is called as intensity for multiple scans. So, you know that the data what you have has the values of intensity, average values of intensity. So you can make use of the average values of intensity, of course, and then same thing. You just have to run the prompt. And this time, we are going to look into the intensity part of it. And you know, it can do a wonderful job. And I know it's a tedious job. It's too much of data is to be studied, but it does quite comprehensively. It's going to find out the instances, all the 3 instances, and intensities. As you can see there you go, energy 1, energy 2, and energy 3. It's calculating. Okay, I have put the meridian one, sorry. So let me come back to intensity. Copy this. Right. There you go. So it's now going to work with intensity, and intensity for n number of scans. So you can have, you know, 3 scans, 4 scans, 10 scans, but the data is going to be very high. There you go, intensity 1, 2, 3, and it's calculating for left thumb, right thumb. All this data is being derived from the same Excel sheet, which is converted into your PDF. And there you go, average intensity. And differences. Differences, you see epiphysis, duodenum, right part of the heart, coronary vessels. So it's going to calculate and give you the instances. Instance 1, 2, 3 means scan 1, scan 2, scan 3. These are the things what I have found out. And if you see, epiphysis seems to be constantly having in all the parameters. So you see whichever parameter is given there, so it's going to work with the intensity part of it. So intensity values are calculated, and it is also presented scan wise, individual scan wise. So the biggest advantage what we have seen with artificial intelligence is when you compare multiple data, when you're actually comparing multiple data, the multiple data is going to give you the results, the values, and these parameters can be utilized with the artificial intelligence to derive the necessary reports. Now, the biggest of it, you don't even require this, right? Sometimes you know that clinically you're very strong and you have a strong knowledge on meridians. Then what do we do? You can simply open up any of the, let's say I can open up, I just close this. Clear some of these. So you see, I just open up Copilot application. Anybody can open up. You can just open the Edge or Bing.com. You get the Copilot, which is free. Now you have looked into the analysis. You have looked into the Bible software, and you found out that few of the meridians are deviated or they are affected, or few of the organs are affected. Let's take one example. So if you come to area diagram, and here you see, I see some weaknesses in the colon, descending colon, sigmoid colon, and rectum colon. This is only one scan which I'm talking about, right? Now, colons are weak. What do you understand by when the Bible report says that colons are weak, what could be the probable condition? Because for a medical doctor, it is very easy to analyze with organs, but for a therapist, he has to look from different parameters. Is it related with psychology? Is it related with organ itself, or is it related with his diet, hydration? So multiple parameters will come into picture. So in artificial intelligence, you can simply do this. You say that according to the bio well scan. Why do you have to write bio well scan? Because see, you're teaching the AI. The AI needs to know from where did you derive the data. The context is very important. So when you say according to bio well scan, the colons seems to be having weak I say weakness. Yeah. What could be the probable symptoms? Now, you see, this is some of the very important thing. How do you study? How do you interpret a Bible? Whenever you see a weakness in the Bible for concurrent scans, then you need to understand the patient, what symptoms he may find. Let us understand that BioWell can detect the problems well in advance. You don't need to go to symptomatic conditions. The patient need not be in symptomatic conditions. Well, in early stage itself, it's possible for the Bible to detect it because it is psycho-emotional in state, obviously physiological conditions, and the water content. All these three parameters are important. So in future, in coming days, the patients may show up with some symptoms if it is not changed. So you just have to tell AI, and I guarantee you that AI will give you, look at that, immediately. It gives you the details. And it is not that, it's not that the information is not present. The complete data is present with AI. Because there are multiple millions of people using across the globe, and every person using is improving its knowledge. So there you go. So what all could be possible? So you have this as a symptom which you can unearth further, right? And for a meridian expert, anybody in meridians, if you say that the lung meridian is weak, what does that mean? So you say probable symptoms. So you get the symptoms. So this is where it's going to be very, very useful for us. And ordinary, if you go and type for any medical diagnosis part of it, the Copilot will not give that. You have to give the context of bio scan. Without the context, it will not answer. So there you go. You see, depression and sadness is an emotional being. It's an emotional factor. So we get all the details from AI. Now, the biggest advantage where this came to us was usually the patient comes to us for a scan. So we do multiple scans, and the patient says that we definitely ask the patient, are you on any medication? Are you on any medication? So, the patient will say, I am on ABCD medication. So, for example, he says that I am on melatonin. Now, immediately you don't know what is melatonin. Please make use of AI. And with AI, you know exactly where this drug is given, for what purpose it is given, and you also know that what will be the weakness in the patient. So, making use of artificial intelligence in our clinical practice makes our life very easy. And with BioWell, you can make a very good interpretation with AI. And of course, we have the master classes where we have dealt with so many challenges in interpreting the Bible report, and of course, advancements now with the doshas and others we are going to include. But one caution I want to give, please. it is not that AI is supreme. We have to take it as a caution. It needs human surveillance. It needs therapist attention. Therapist should have the basic knowledge, right? It may, it doesn't understand emotions. It's a machine, and machine doesn't understand emotion. BioL is a particular device which can measure emotions. So emotional factor or quotient will be missing. So you need to add up from your side. Inaccuracies are still possible. It's not that, everything is 100% fine. But along with this, definitely you have real advantages. So provides real-time data. Very easily you can achieve your task. It doesn't take much time for the reports to be generated. And of course, it acts as your assistant with total knowledge of all the subjects around. So it's your assistant, and I have been, and my students have been making use of this assistant across for plenty of few months now. And of course, we have generated several reports, which is easily readable by the patient. Patient can understand that, we can understand that, and we have unearthed several secrets from Bible reports just by using artificial intelligence. It's an open platform. All of you can make use of it. And I really thank Dimitri and Dr. Gorakhpur for giving me an opportunity to put this on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guru Raj. It's really very, very interesting presentation, what you've done. And seems to me it opens up absolutely new line of our development. So it's great that in your country, in your great country, you did it first. And then we all need to follow this line and introduce this in our system. So I'm sure that we'll do it shortly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yes, you just need to remember one thing that Guru Raj did mention. Yeah, you should use the AI only on weekends. Because if you will start using it every day, you will become very lazy. So only when you don't want to work on the weekend, AI will work for you. Okay, Dr. Vladimir Vayekov, now it's your time. Thank you very much, Guru Raj, for your speech. And
thank you, sir.
Okay.
Stage is yours.
Yes. Do you see the presentation?
Yes, all good.
Okay. So thank you very much, Konstantin, for invitation to take part in this very important and very interesting conference. And I would like also to remind you the title of the conference, Science, Information and Spirit. So it is devoted not only to very most interesting for those who present here questions about GDV, about BioWell, and very, very fast and impressive development of this field of science. But it is also devoted to big questions, to big philosophical questions. And if I'm not mistaken, each time we have at these conferences a couple at least of a couple of list of questions which are very general questions. And to my mind, nowadays, today, for all of us who are present here, one of the most general questions is the general situation, which is called the global ubiquitous crisis on Earth, which concerns everybody of us. And science and information and spirit, I hope very much, would allow us to overcome this crisis and understand what are the reasons of it. And I would just like to first start to to describe major features of this current global crisis, which probably all of you know. Some of them are real features. Some of them are, I would say, not probably real features. But nevertheless, the rapid growth of population generally described as population explosion, one of the major features which is discussed for several decades already. The diminishing land resources, the diminishing water resources, the destruction of the atmosphere, which we, all of us, feel as the global heating, the approaching energy crisis, which to my mind is somewhat questionable, and we'll see it later on from my lecture. Social decline, which many people really feel, and geopolitical conflicts and the increasing killing power, which relates to practically all of us who even do not participate in these conflicts personally. So all these features are now stressed, and this is not the end of the list. One may add to it, to the features of the global crisis, many other points. All these points became sharpened during the recent years. Well, at least more and more people feel that something is wrong in this on our globe. And what is interesting, and what not so many people know, that the prediction that the global crisis will break out at the beginning of the 21st century was made more than 60 years ago. And it was made by Heinz von Förster, one of the founders of cybernetics, in a paper published in one of the most serious scientific journals in the world, in Science, in November 1960. And the title of his paper of his and his colleagues, was somewhat strange for the title of scientific paper: Doomsday, Friday, 13th of November, AD 2026. The caption to this title was, "At this date, human population will approach infinity if it grows as it has grown in the last 2 millennia." So this paper published in journal Science shaked the scientific community because Hans von Förster insisted in this paper that the real crisis could be predicted from just the phenomenological data supported by many different observations. He correlated the number of human beings living on Earth, that is humanity, with the time, starting say from point zero, from Jesus Christ. And when he made this correlation of increase of population with time up to our days, it turned out that this population was growing according to hyperbolic law. And what is very special about this hyperbolic law, we'll go later on into some other details, is that if some system changes its the major parameter according to hyperbolic law, then this parameter will become infinity, will become infinite at some time point. So this curve cannot go further a certain time point. And when he made a correlation of different observation of how many human beings lived on Earth during at least these 2000 years, with very high precision, it fit to this hyperbolic law. Here is this very, very simple equation which describes the number of people on Earth, which depends on some constant, which is the empirical constant calculated from this curve. It is 186 men per year, divided by the figure 2025 minus t, where t is the actual time. So according to this t is current time, so for 500 years AD, it is 225 minus 500, and so when we go to our time, then when we're reaching 2025, then n should become infinite. So Foster wrote it in this paper and later on in discussion that the system as a whole becomes highly unstable in the vicinity of a critical value, T0, of the corresponding parameter. And these singularities serve as welcome warning signals that some breakdown of the signal structure is to be expected. So one may calculate this exact time point on this curve, and this exact time point of this curve was calculated by Foster as 13th of November AD 2026. Of course, it was just kind of approximation because this particular date coincided with the birthday of Heinz von Foster himself. There is plus minus around this date, but this is not a very big plus minus. So we are now living very, very close to 2025, and the system now becomes really very, very unstable. And according to Foster's joke, he said that our grandchildren will not starve to death, they will be squeezed to death. Of course, it is a joke because though the humanity was developing according to mathematical function, but this mathematical function in physical terms cannot finish with infinity. Now let us just turn to other laws of growth which are known to biologists and to some other people who are just calculating this process. Most simple is so here here is the comparison on this plot of different growth curves. Most simple is linear growth, where m, or maybe in biology it's biological mass or number of individuals, growth proportionally to time, exactly proportional to time with some constant. In this semi-logarithmic curve, you see this blue curve, which is increasing and increasing and increasing. There is another law of growth, which is very well known, I suppose, to everybody. And we'll talk about this law of growth later on. That's exponential growth, where mass is increasing, or the biological mass or number of individuals is increasing as the as an exponent of some particular parameter with time. There is also a so-called power law, where the number of individuals is growing with time in some having in some power. And finally, this is hyperbolic law of growth, which is very different from all of them because it has the asymptotically approaches a very specific particular time point after which this law is invalid. So it has an extreme point. Now, in biology, of course, all biological mass and number of individuals are always grow or are at a stationary state or decline. And there was always a question for more than 20 years ago, what is the law of growth of biological systems? And currently, practically all biologists believe that the growth of biological systems occurs according to the exponential law. It was suggested by British economist Thomas Malthus, who in 1798 formulated the principle of increasing of number of people in the given conditions of their existence. He described growth of mankind by an exponential progression. Of course, when one woman gives birth, when there is multiplication, one bacteria gives two bacteria, one family should give more than one children in order for the population not to decline. But at the same time, any growth depends on the, according to Malthus and all other people who believe him, it depends on the availability of resources for this growth. And at the same time, according to Malthus, he considered that production of food increases as an arithmetic progression, that's the linear growth. And basing on this principle, Malthus concluded that the inevitable struggle for resources would result in continuous extermination of a large part of humanity. But in fact, in the course of human history, each population grew, according now to von Förster, more slowly at first, and then faster than it follows from the Malthus concept. So again, here is the curve for humanity growth, starting already from 10,000 years BC, before Christ. And here is the experimental time points or estimates of the quantity of humans who lived on Earth. And here is the growth of human on Earth. And here is the exponential, the best fit for these experimental points of an exponential growth. And you can see that real growth was at first much slower than an exponent, and then with some, of course, variations, it increased much faster than an exponent predicted. So in course of human history, population grew more slowly at the beginning and then faster than it follows from Malthus concept. And as a matter of fact, the Malthus concept, which is now in the foundation of the one of the major biology theory of evolution, or Darwinian theory of evolution, so it turns out that experimental data doesn't fit into this Malthus expectation. And Malthus theory is foundational Darwin's theory of evolution. Here is the citation from The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Since more individuals are produced than how many can survive, there must be a struggle for existence between individuals of the same species, or between individuals of different species, or with physical living conditions. This is a teaching of Malthus, applied by Darwin already, to entire animal and vegetable kingdom in an enhanced form. So the foundation of the struggle for life and survivors of the fittest in this struggle is Malthus' concept of exponential growth of living things, with the only linear growth of the resources available for them. And von Foster already, he understood that exponent cannot explain the growth of humanity. The hyperbolic law of growth shows another completely different behavior of these systems. That's from his paper. Elements of humanity, individuals, possess a system of communication which enables them to form coalitions until all elements are so strongly linked that the population as a whole can be considered as a single person playing a two-person game with nature as an opponent. From Foster already stated that humanity is a strongly linked system of individuals. And since this hyperbolic law lasts for many thousands of years, and some now scientists insist that it is already from the very beginning of the humanity, that's about 2 million of years, it grows according to hyperbolic law. That means that the humanity should be considered as a single person. This single living person is, we can use the word coherent. Is this the indication of coherence in the behavior of humanity as a whole? Well, a paper published in 1960 was first strongly criticized not on the fact of its mistakes which were given to it, but it could not be explained the linkness of human beings throughout the whole history of humanity. So the science couldn't explain what links these human beings. And also the paradigm of exponential growth was so strongly fixed into brains of biologists, physicists, and chemists that von Foster's discovery was forgotten for several decades. And only in the 1980s, probably, they begin increase interest to this problem. And one of the scientists who developed this problem very profoundly was a Russian physicist Sergei Kapitsa. As a matter of fact, he was son of Pyotr Kapitsa, who was the Nobel Prize winner and one of the really great physicists of the last century. So Sergei Kapitsa, being also a physicist, he paid attention to these mathematical peculiarities of this process which concerns all of us. And he wrote several books and papers about this problem, and also made a discovery which was later supported by the evidence. He predicted this discovery. He said that the model of hyperbolic growth indicates the paradoxical global independence of the humanity as the system from the external resources throughout the history of development. This was completely opposite to Malthusian population principle, claiming that its resources determine the rate of growth of population and its limit. According to Sergei Kapitsa, the reasoning about the hyperbolic law of growth throughout the history, that growth rate depends on the intrinsic properties of the system and not on the external environmental conditions and the resources, which contradicts completely all our thinking that we depend so much on resources that we should struggle for all these resources. According to Kapitsa, the system was in a very sense, the humanity is an autonomous system which develops according to internal laws. And so, of course, there was the question which was asked by to those few scientists who studied this problem: what is the reason of such a peculiar character of human population growth? Here, I would say that starting from Foster, then this idea was continued by other physicists, scientists who were who studied this problem. As a matter of fact, neither demographers nor general biologists pay attention to this problem, and most of them do not pay attention to this problem until now. These Russian astronomers Shklovsky and Kapitsa and also von Foster, they insisted that the current hyperbolic law of humanity growth is provided essentially by social factors rather than biological ones. And also Kapitsa wrote directly that one should not apply examples from the animal world and biosynthesis on the humanity. The development of the latter is governed by the entirely different physical, biological, and social regularities. Probably because those physicists who studied this problem, they insisted that it has nothing to do with the biological laws. Biologists, in most cases, were not interested in this hyperbolic growth. Still, I ask the question, can one nevertheless find examples of hyperbolic law of growth in biology? Having a big limit of time and a lot of things to tell you, I will just mention few examples from different biological areas. That hyperbolic growth is the growth which is characteristic for very many different biological systems. For example, it is a common knowledge, and it follows from the common knowledge that bacteria should multiply according to exponential law. Two bacterial cells, a bacterial cell divides into two, its progeny divides into two, and so on and so forth. So there should be an exponential law a priori expected. But when some microbiologists begin to study very precisely the rate of growth of some bacteria, at least some of bacteria, so they found that the hyperbolic part of growth was much better fit than exponential one. For example, here is the reference to one of such papers. Though it is not generally accepted, but still this is the experimental data. Another example from completely different biological field. Change in the number of ovum cells in human ovary during lifespan. During embryological development, the number of ovum cells which appear in the body of the female embryo increases for a certain period of time. So this is 9 months, the pregnant state increases dramatically according exactly to hyperbolic law of growth of these ovum cells. And then that is another question. We do not have time to discuss it anymore. And then during the second part of pregnancy, there is hyperbolic decrease of these ovum cells due to apoptosis. Why it happens and so on, that's a very interesting question, and that's another question. But still, I'd like to pay your attention that the quantity of ovum cells, when it increases according to hyperbolic and not exponential law of growth. So there are other examples which were shown to be, for example, growth of population of leukocytes in blood of cancer patients after engraftment of autologous transplants goes according to hyperbolic law. That means that before chemotherapy, sometimes in some cases there is such a medical procedure, all the immune cells are extracted from human blood, and then good white blood cells, the healthy white blood cells, are injected to a human being, and they begin, these white blood cells, which are supposed to fight the cancer cells, they begin to multiply and they begin to grow, and this growth in all cases which we have studied goes according to exponential law. Then, of course, it doesn't, the growth doesn't go to the infinite quantity of these white blood cells. It stops and levels at some point. And finally, the two Russian scientists, one of them is a mathematician, another is the Sergei Markov, he is the paleontologist. They studied the increasing biodiversity of sea animals in the course of their evolution during Phanerozoic. And they found that this is the quantity of different genera which were found by paleontologists. These are millions of years before zero time point, that the growth of these genera, which are not a single organism, also goes according to the hyperbolic law. Thus, the hyperbolic law of growth of the population or biomass is manifested at all the levels of organization of living matter. The law of hyperbolic growth reflects the presence of intra-system feedback by which a living system is developed as an integral object. Still, is there the fundamental, so I now state that bacteria and human beings may grow, human beings grow exactly according to a hyperbolic law of growth, and bacteria we can follow what's going on with them at a stage of increase of their population, also increase as a hyperbolic law. And still, is there any difference is it a fundamental difference between human beings and the rest living systems? Sergei Kapitsa paid attention to one of such fundamental differences. Well, there is such a curve, dependence of population of particular species of animals on the average body mass of individual. This dependence, one can see here, is the mass of the representatives of different species, and here is their population. So the smaller is the, here are only animals are presented at this plot. The smaller is the animal, for example, mice. The larger is the quantity. There are around 1 billion, billion individuals of mice and rats on Earth. If we go to the animals with which have weight about 10 kilograms, like foxes or other wolves and things like this, so here is a logarithmic curve. Here is 3 powers less of them. Now, if we go to animals which are very close in their mass to human beings, like, well, the best fit is monkeys. And the quantity of monkeys on Earth, the quantity of individual monkeys on Earth is about 100,000. But the quantity of human beings of Earth, which have the same mass as of course, approximately as monkeys and other animals which have nearly the same weight as human beings, is 1,000 times, 100,000 times more than monkeys. So that means that human beings are different in their population from practically all representatives of animals to whom they biologically belong. So if humans were animals, their population would be 10,000, and as a matter of fact, 100,000. And as a matter of fact, it is suggested by paleontologists, by even demographers, that when there was anthropogenesis, appearance of human population of Earth, at that time the population was about 100,000 individuals. Now it increased by 8 billion a couple of years ago. Now, what is, so here is one difference, and very significant difference between human beings and any other animals. But if we can look at the major reason for growth, major reason for biological activity, and so on, this is the bioenergetic reasons. And in 1935, the again, this great biologist, Soviet biologist, who was unfortunately exterminated by the Soviet power, Erwin Bauer, he suggested that there is the major bioenergetic difference between species belonging to the different genera, to different types. He calculated, even at that time, the so-called the parameter, which is he called a Rubner constant. And the Rubner constant is the parameter which may be calculated as the mean lifespan of a representative of a particular species in years, on the intensity of oxygen consumptions. That is mass, that is milliwatts divided by mean mass of the organism. So this Rubner constant, it shows how much energy consumed by the representative of a particular species during his lifetime. And of course, for those species which belonged to the beginning of evolution, Calentorata, Echinodermata, Rubner constant was rather small, but it increased with increase of organization. And vertebrata, in particular primates, they have these Rubner constants in this such a parameter about 2,000. As regards Homo sapiens, it again didn't fit into this regularity. The bioenergetic potential of Homo sapiens is several times higher than that of all other species, including primates. So this means that even at the physiological level, human beings, they are different from their most close relatives. For example, primates from monkeys. Their bioenergetic potential is at least 2 or 3 or 4 times higher than for different primates. And according to Bauer, and then later supported by other scientists, the bioenergetic evolution was growing according, as a matter of fact, to hyperbolic law. So when some biologists considered that the evolution is stochastic and it, according to the survival of the fittest, only increases its organization, it's now turns out it's a wrong point of view. In fact, evolution is a progress, and it is a bioenergetic progress. Here on this plot, one can see the energy metabolism increase with time, and it increases to some time point characteristic for vertebrates, for mammalia. and human beings, they lie on this hyperbolic curve much higher than all other animals. So why human beings they lie much higher? Because first, their physiological energy potential is higher, and from this physiological increase of physiological energy potential of human beings, they also gain another features which do not have any other animals. So the essence from this previous plot, one can see that the essence of the evolutionary progress is bioenergetic progress and the perfection of the management of vital processes. So what happens with human beings in comparison to all previous the species in evolutions? There is also encephalization, so-called in course of evolution. So according to other scientists who studied the quantity of number of nerve cells in brains of different animals, it turned out that human beings have much higher contents of nerve cells in their brain in comparison even to high species. So there is physiological distinction of humans from animals. Human Rubner constant is 5-10-fold of that higher animals due to higher level of human brain bioenergetics, and the ratio of oxygen consumption by human brain to oxygen consumption by human body is 2-3-fold higher than in primates. And the result, what human beings gain, and they gain at the moment of anthropogenesis. Human beings have at their disposal more free energy than they need for their survival as biological species. This energy excess may be used for activity aimed to invent life-preserving technologies. So there is such appeared in recent years such a term, life-preserving technologies, technologies which allow to prolong the lifespan of human beings in comparison to their lifespan needed for just survival of the species. The major life-preserving technology is taking possession of fire, the most effective means to transform potential energy of natural resources into free energy needed for not just survival, but for future development. And this, thus, emergence of human beings in the course of evolution represents a phase transition from biological evolution characterized by bioenergetic process developing according to the hyperbolic law to anthropotechnological progress that may be evaluated by the increase of quantity and quality of energy converted by human beings into free energy. So in a sense, physicists who insisted that there is the hyperbolic growth of human beings is due to their ability to devise and use life-preserving technologies, they are right. But they are wrong, considering that this is the hyperbolic growth is only feature of human beings. It's the feature of all biological living things, but human beings at some stage of the development of biota, of biosphere, they gained additional ability to increase the level of free energy. And so how again the ideas and the theory of Malthus doesn't it contradicts to the real quantity of resources for further development of human beings. Recently, though one of the features of this global crisis is the lacking of energy. So we should have a lack of energy for our, according to these claims, energy becomes less and less available for human beings, and that's why we are struggling for life with each other. In fact, again, the empirical data shows that from 1850 to 1990, world energy production increased 70-fold, and world population increased only 4.3-fold. And John Holdren, he is the American, one of the leaders in energy science of United States. He came to conclusion that a quantity of energy available to a human being, to a person, increases as a square of humanity, square of population, of quantity of human beings on Earth. So during the period when we can make all these measurements and make all these calculations, the quantity of energy per human being in the world increased 4 times. But not only quantity of energy increased in calories, in watts, terawatts, and so on. The technological process is increased not only in the quantity, but also in the quality of free energy used for work performance, for practically the life conserving technologies. Hundreds of years ago, only mechanical energy of water and wind, and of course burning, was available for human beings. Already in new times, only in new times, energy from coal, oil, from gas burning became available for human beings. That is the much more concentrated energy. Electrical energy appeared only in the 20th century, and by the end of 20th century, there appeared the most concentrated energy, that is nuclear energy. And today, in our days, we gain more and more energy, though all the previous sources of energy didn't disappear and can be used for different purposes. So increasing quality of free energy used for survival, in fact, allows to decrease the quantity of energy. The higher is the quality of energy, the less energy we need. So the problem of the global crisis, the feature of the global crisis related to so-called deficiency of energy, deficiency of land, deficiency of water, is somewhat speculative. In fact, there is the quantity of energy available to human being increases with the quantity of human beings, non-proportionally. So the law of hyperbolic growth for the physical material system cannot result in a singularity state, in infinity, for example, in infinite number of humans. So this law should be replaced by another one. And since the end of the 20th century, population rate growth of humanity began to decline. This is the manifestation of the so-called world demographic transition, which scientifically was predicted and first observed by Sergei Kapitsa. So Sergei Kapitsa paid attention of scientists, and now, but unfortunately his name was forgotten as the discoverer of this problem, that the world demographic transition happened around year 2000. by the, here is the scale starting from 1950 and ending by our days. So each decade, the quantity of people increased more and more. For example, if in decade of 1950s, 1960s, increase was about 500 million of people, then 600 million of people, then 800 million of people. And during this time period, the most of demographers were in shock, and they believed that the quantity of humanity really may reach infinity. But already in 1990 to 2000, this growth per decade of people leveled and begin to decline, and it continues to decline. And the growth rate as percent per year also declines on Earth. One can say, look at Africa, but I can say, look at China, which expects that its population will decrease twofold by, for example, year 2050. So the quantity of people, quantity of children who are given birth by one family decreases by all over the world. So again, there are a lot of different explanations for this demographic transition, decrease in the growth of humanity, and it's leveling. This world demographic transition, in fact, from the point of view of biology, is the manifestation of the group effect, characteristic for the normal development of all biological populations. This group effect known to most ecologists, but it's not known to biologists of other specialties. It is a universal biological phenomenon. It was discovered by French biologist of the school of Pierre Grasset, by Rémy Chavin, for example. It was discovered, as a matter of fact, by Alexander Gurvich, Russian embryologist, who stated that the rate of reproduction and success of many living organisms in groups is much more effective than in isolation. But at a certain population density, rate of reproduction falls down due to changes in physiological regulatory process of individuals, not due to the lack of resources. Longevity of individuals in groups increases in comparison to isolations. There are only two examples which were studied by Chavin, Grasset, and so on. Here is the percent of survival of bees. If you have one bee, bees isolated by singles from each other. So they practically die out by the 5th day. But if you have a group of 10 bees, and here is the logarithmic scale, they live much longer. Same with for ants. And Chavin has shown that same is, for example, not only for insects, but for mammals. Like he wrote even a paper which was named Mice Against Darwin, where he has shown that mice begin to stop multiplying long before the resources are exhausted in their environment. So that means that humanity lifetime prolongations, which we observe now, probably depends on this group effect. The quantity of humanity reached some point where there is a physiological limit for their excessive, for their hyperbolic growth. Okay, so this law of hyperbolic growth should be replaced by another one, which we observe now as the demographic transition. And what other law of growth is known in biology besides this hyperbolic law? We already named. So these 4 laws of growth were mentioned before. That is linear growth, exponential growth, which are invalid for living systems. Hyperbolic law of growth is a lot of, we discuss it practically for the whole this talk. But there is also a power law of growth. Which was discovered in 1930s by Huxley and Schmalhausen, two representatives of general biology, of in fact evolutionary biology. They have shown that, for example, here we again compare different laws of growth. Here is hyperbolic growth, and here is the power law of growth. That is quantity or mass, biological mass increases with time as a certain power of this time. There is a constant which is different for different species. So living organisms as a unitary system grow according to the power themselves, their mass increases according to the power or allometric law. What it means? It means that all parts of an organism grow proportionally to the logarithms of their dimensions of each other and to the logarithm of mass of the whole system. Allometric law of growth is the law of harmonic growth. I give you a very example which everybody knows. When there is embryonic development, all future organisms they grow because their cells multiply, but liver doesn't want to become larger than it should be. Kidney should not become larger than it should be. The muscle tissue should not become larger than it should be. The allometric law of growth is the law of this harmonic growth. And on the plot, full logarithmic plot, where on the abscissa you write body weight, in some measured in, for example, milligrams for this fiddler crab, or and here claw weight, which for this particular species of crab is much exceeds, and that's why it draws attention of the zoologists. The dimensions of another another hand, so it grows exactly according to this power allometric law during the whole lifetime of this fiddler crab. And when we look at the human and embryo growth, which can be described by this power law discovered by Schmalhausen and Huxley, so we can see that starting from the, for example, 30 days after fertilization, the growth of a human embryo as a whole and its parts in relation to the whole human embryo goes according to hyperbolic law. But if we look at preceding stages of the cleavage of the fertilized egg, this is not a power law. This is a law which here is the egg which is fertilized. Here is the mass of this egg on the in micrograms on the 7th day, and here is on the 11th day in micrograms. And then it very fast increases from 380 micrograms to 2 million micrograms for very short period of time. Isn't it a hyperbolic law of growth which converts into the power law? So I'm coming to the end of my talk, ending with questions, not statements, because practically nobody started the whole the growth of the system from its emergence to its maturity. The question is, which I pose now, is like this: was humanity population growth, according to the hyperbolic law, just the first phase of human history, like the stage of cleavage of the fertilized egg? And here, when it came to the a certain mass, a certain quantity of cells, there is a phase transition from the hyperbolic law of growth to the power law. And may we expect a transition into a new phase where humanity growth will proceed according to the power allometric law? So here is the first stage of development of humanity, which will convert into the second stage of humanity, which we may expect. So what we should expect: harmony, transition to the power law of growth, or chaos, degradation of human population with unpredictable consequences, because this phase transition is a transition of instability. So what will be the outcome of this grandiose process, which lasts already for at least 2 million of years? It depends only on humans which live now on Earth, and it depends on human behavior for very short period of time, because this phase transition takes the lifetime of one, at most two populations, two generations of human beings, to human beings race to whom we predict. And I told you very many things, and I understand that it is not so easy to grasp them in a moment. It took for me several years to come to these conclusions. I'd like to summarize at least some points which I suggested to you. So the increase in the number of mankind over the period of its existence until, of its existence until the end of the 20th century occurred according to hyperbolic law. Hyperbolic law of growth is characteristic for systems, elements of which constantly, informationally interact with each other in a coherent manner. So the humanity from the very beginning was a linked, a system of linked individuals, more strongly, less strongly, but all of them were linked. Hyperbolic growth describes many biological processes, including the pattern of progressive evolution of life on Earth. The essence of the evolutionary process is bioenergetic progress from the very beginning of the emergence of living systems on Earth. That is, increase in the available free energy and the perfection of the management of vital processes. Hyperbolic growth is in confined systems, and humanity is a confined system until now, though some people like Elon Musk, they suggest for the best part of humanity to move to some other planet, but well, this is a good idea. I hope it will not be realized. So the humanity lives on on Earth, which is a confined system, and so it never reaches singularity point and is transformed into growth governed by the power allometric law of growth, characteristic for the systems in which behavior of all their parts is correlated to the behavior of each of other and of the whole system. But so here is the optimistic, I would say, optimistic prediction for the humanity. But the period of transition of growth of the system from hyperbolic to the power law is a kind of phase transition, the period of instability and chaotization. So this is the period of crisis. So, as a matter of fact, the word crisis, or sometimes even use the word apocalypse, in which we live now. But recently I learned that apocalypse has come to be used popularly as a synonym for catastrophe. But the Greek word apocalypsis, from which it is derived, means a revelation. I believe that in words there are hidden intimate truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. It was really great talk. And your conclusion is really fantastic because it gives us hope that still will survive for some time.
Yeah.
It's a hope, but we're not sure, but let's hope in this.
No, hope will be to the end. We don't know where will be the end. Let us suggest that it will be very, very far go from us and our children and grandchildren and so on.
Let's hope. But your presentation is so rich of data, so rich of material. So, of course, it should be converted in some written material. And I suggest you now to write a chapter to a new book, because I was invited to be one of the co-editors of the book in Springer Nature, you know. This is a really good publishing house, Springer, and I will send you all information. But
okay.
I'm 100% sure you should do this, because this is so important material for all humanity, and people should have it. So,
yes, I hope very much that I'll have enough potential to write such a chapter.
No, you see, you have now you will have time in summertime at least. So,
okay.
And in principle, just convert this presentation into text. It will take you just maybe half a year, not more than that. Okay, thank you very much again for a wonderful presentation. And we're looking forward to our next speakers. And then let's move forward.
Now, yes.
Dr. Shaji,
will you allow me to say a few words? Will you allow me to say a few words?
How to switch off my screen? Mitya,
okay.
what should I do? To switch off my screen?
Yeah, the Dr. Vladimir Voikov, I am first time listening. I think we met somewhere in London a few years ago during a homeopathy conference. I don't know whether you are the same.
Yes, I'm there. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for that. Now I wish to bring to the attention of everybody who listened to Dr. Vladimir. There is a crisis happening. It is a system collapse happening, and there are many theories bringing out by people. I don't know from where Dr. Vladimir acquired all these things, and it is very wonderful. I don't know how far the audience received all these things, perceived
from
all
internet.
these things.
From internet.
But this is a way to justify a system collapse happening in the world, by which some people who control the world are grabbing power and controlling the entire humanity. To maintain their control and power, they are establishing all these things and giving multiple reasons which ordinary people cannot understand, and we even need not to worry about this, because every system has its own homeostasis and balancing. So when we forcefully interfere, that's the time the collapse happens. So this is what we are watching today, is a catastrophe, and it is a human-made catastrophe due to reasons of controlling the humanity for the ultimate exploitation of few people who control the world. And we need to understand that. They are bringing many explanations, and that is happening in the world. That is why this COVID-19 came. That is why so many things are happening. So I am just bringing as I listen to Dr. Vladimir, that such things are happening and we need to be aware about it. There is need for unification of humanity to fight against these tyrants, and it is very important. It is a power grab that is happening, and just bring this to your awareness. So we need to get united and stand as a human sense of human brotherhood need to be developed. So total elimination of humanity from face of earth.
Dr. Shaju, thank you for your feedback. Dr. Vladimir, thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Yeah, so it's good to have different spheres covered during the conference. So thank you very much. And we have already taken 10 minutes.
The last remark to Dr. Shai, what he said. In few words, I try to show that we are living in a world which is governed by natural laws, which are revealed by science. So if we behave against these laws, as politicians do, as economists do, and as even biologists do, then when you behave against the law, you are a criminal. So let's not be criminals. Let's believe that there exist natural laws to which we should obey.
Okay, we
But
need to
obey, we
continue.
should know these laws. And
We have already taken 10 minutes from Dr. Nato. We need to continue. Sorry.
Okay.
So our next presentation from Brazil by Dr. Nato Pignataro. So Nato, it's your turn. Where you are. Let me.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen, and it's your turn. Go.
Okay.
Very pleased to see you again here, and thank you for joining us.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say thanks for the invitation to talk with the amazing Congress that occurs every year in the St. Petersburg. And today I will try to speak with you about issues of dental problems in the correlation of the integral health by view of biolithography and the BioWell system. Okay, I am a clinic dentist in the last 40 years in Brazil, and my focus is the physiological view and the mastication principle and oral physiology. But in the graduation course in university, I note martial arts and acupuncture and the traditional Chinese medicine. And I can see the potential of energy flow in the body in your correlation of the integral health. But only 10 years ago, when I know the BioWell system and biolithography, I could integrate the integral view about complementary therapies into the dentistry. This way, I can see the all health and the medicine. Normally, medicine looks the body without head, and commonly, dentistry looks the head without body. But with the integral approach, we can look the total function of the body in the through the integral view. And this way, the mouth is the entrance to the gut. It's a very important function of the body because teeth, saliva, and chewing is the first step of prepare the food to become high levels of energy in our body. This way, with the integration view of body, we can see the whole body with a lot of cells, almost 30 trillion cells works together in our body. Then it's necessary a perfect system of signaling system and transfer energy. We have four principal communication systems in our body. Circulatory system, lymphatic system is basically biochemical, and nervous system is biochemical and biophysical too, because the electrical communication. But we have a special tissue, the connective tissue, that can lead the information by the system and can be an atomical ways of transfer of energy that is known about a lot of years in the traditional medicines like Chinese medicine, and maybe it's can see the ways for transfer of electrons, protons, biophotons by our system in extreme velocity and can integrate all the system. And the collagen is function like a crystal, biological crystal, and your properties can maybe it's a holofractal conformation and can explain the microsystem in our corp, like hands, ears, teeth, feet, and other systems. When the microsystem is a little view of the all integrated body. A lot of theories about this transfer of energy and information of our body was studied in the last years. In 60s, the brothers Bonham in North Korea studies and view of the histological cuts, a little structures like a holes in our body, connecting all the tissues, all the cells of our body. After this, in 90s, another studies makes to the primovascular group studies these structures again, and maybe it can connect all extracellular informations with intracellular informations about the integrin proteins, connecting all body with a high velocity system capable to transfer energy, coherent forms, coherent ways like phonons and solitons, and these structures produce resonance noise known now by the science, and its resonance can works in specifically frequencies connecting all the system. But now, in the last 10 years, maybe 10 years, the devices and technology grow up very fast. And now we can see the nanometric world and the nano structures and subatomic levels of the matter. And now we can see and measure this phenomenon with more accurately. And it's normal to the nature leads the information with the oscillatory weak interactions very precisely. When we have synchronized information like batements, quantum batements, we can grow up the energy and keep this information, and energy levels become a very, very, very fast and good use of this energy. However, when we have noise, strange noise, blocking this information, we can corrupt this coherent information, become a non-coherent, and producing heat and loss of information. This case is a point is when the acupuncture use and is worried about this problem because is produce special tissue, cicatrization tissue that blocked this information through the energy flow by the acupuncture channels. And we can treat this with needles to reestablish the connection and the normal flow of energy in the body. Some studies support this idea, like the acupuncture. When I rotate the needle for right side and left side, producing circular activation, and try to exit or reduce the flow, the energy for the meridians. By the ultrasonic acoustic scanner microscopy and section, histologic section, made by Levegin in a lot of works, we can see the deformation of the connection tissue, the collagen inside the acupuncture points, producing a control of the flux and information of energy. This way, all the forms or blocked production in the channels can lead control of the flow of energy in these channels. This way, in our body, in our mouth, specifically in our mouth, we have a lot of problems, principally because our alimentation, our food, that become very, very slow, and a lot of use of industrialized food, like sugar, for example. Sugar is maybe the major enemy of our mouth, producing decays and other problems like endodontic problems in the roots of our dents. And when we lost our dents, normally is changed by metal prosthodontics, metal restorations, or metal implants, producing a lot of interference fields in our stomatogenetic system. A lot of other problems like cystos, granulomas, abscesses, gingival inflammation, gingival infections can produce yet a lot of interference in our system. Okay, the root of the teeth has a intricate system in your apex. It's very difficult to endodontics dentistry block these channels with normal endodontics. And in several cases, we can see chronic inflammations near the apex of the teeth, like here, and we have normally collateral channels impossible to block it with the materials, and a lot of times we have a chronic inflammation that occurs a long periods inside our mouth. like problems with restorations, infiltrations, and other problems in the mouth. This guy, Johann Lechner, the German dentist, observed cavitations, formation of cavitations in our mouth. That is a fat degenerative change of bone marrow of jaws, in maxillar in the jaw. And these cavitations normally produce cytokinase that is lead to our system, like the RANTS or CLL5, that is very, very higher in people who have this kind of problem, this cavitation, showing to us a connection with dental problems and the integral health. And these problems maybe cause a lot of chronic problems like tumors, granulomas, cancer, and chronic disease like diabetes. And now we can measure the level of this cytokinase in the blood, and after remove this surgical remove, for example, these problems, these cavitations, and oriented of the new calcification of the bone marrow, we can avoid these problems, eliminate these chronic problems. Okay. Even these problems, we have other thing that is the meridians or channels that pass through and near of our stomatogenetic system, like the stomach channel, Yanmin, and other collateral channels of the intestine, for example. They connect in the near the mouth, and the two vessels, principal vessels, Tumo, Jmo, that connected by the tongue. When we put the tongue in the behind the incisors, closing the little orbita, Tumo, Jmo forms a connection of energy. Then we have a lot of channels near the system. And when the system has a lot of interference fields, can interfere in the equilibrium of energetic establishment of our body. In this picture, you can see Brazilian Indians, Yanomamis, that not have connect with civilized men, and a friend, Thomas van der Laan, lived 1 year with them, studying your mouth, your stomatogenetic system. And you can see a lot of tartar, calcul, but the arcs is normally developed because these Indians use natural food, like hard meat and natural root, very, very hard roots, producing a good stimulus to develop the arcs. We can see the attrition of the teeth in the old Indians, but it's very normal, it's very calibrated situation. In the new peoples, is the tooth is integrated, and the development of arc is very, very good. To this, we need mastigation for both sides. And when we have hard food, the system is stressed, and we need to change the side for right side and left side constantly. And the stimulus, of course, the form natural, equilibrated in the teeth and the TMG, producing a good development of the system. When we masticate for one side, only one side, the system is bad developed, normally with atresia arcs, a lot of problems of the development of the arcs. And when when we chewing for both sides, the brain works correctly with the good stimulus, the both side reducing problems like neurodegenerative situations, Alzheimer, and other problems. But when we become use civilized food, we can see a destruction of the system, like the case, because principally our main problem is the sugar. Sugar destroys the teeth, and normally we need to restore rebuild this teeth with metal amalgamas, with the alloy amalgamas, with silver and mercury. Very, very longevity restorations, but very bad to our system, producing more one time interference fields in our mouth. And when we use a softening food, is a less of stimulus to develop the arcs, producing atresia, and bad development of the arcs, producing impact of the tooth, and more one time producing interference fields. The principal main of the dentistry, integrative dentistry, is use evaluation system to keep these informations, the bad informations, interference fields, very, very before, like thermography, biolithography, bioresonance, microscopy can see these problems in the beginning. It's the precoce approach to avoid the bad development of the system. And this way, early assessment that precedes the appearance of signs and symptoms, with the good way to work of this way. And we can use not this way. I don't need to treat using invasive procedures, but only purify, detoxify, unblock, regenerate, reactivate, and facilitate the system. If we have this information in the precoce way. In thermography, for example, we can see a lot of problems connecting the tooth with the body system, like this cancer breath, for example, is very common. The same side of the cancer breath with the same side with the dental problems and the chronic problems. It's very common to see this situation. And if we use the biolithography system to see this interference field of the precoce way, we can see by the GDV ways, looking of the point of the fingers, all the system using the microsystem, Sujok system to see all entire body. In the system, biosystem, we have two sectors in the thumbs, left thumb and the right thumb, that we can see the energy statement of the jaws. In sometimes we have deficiency of energy, and sometimes we have excess of energy, but we can see other sectors like cox or prostate or liver or respiratory system can with the excess or deficiency too. But the question is, these sectors with the excess or deficiency are connected or not with our teeth? It's a grand problem, a grand question. In 50s, this Dr. Reinhard Fall from Germany began to study bioresonance and conductivity of acupuncture points using a special device dermatome that can see the conductivity of the acupuncture points and discover 80 new channels, totalizing 20 channels with the principal 12 principles of acupuncture channels. And when we look at the acupuncture points, we have a special structure in acupuncture points. If we use a technetium, is a radioactive substance injected in the acupuncture point, we can see a migration of the technetium for the acupuncture structure and see the behavior of the acupuncture point is totally different of the normal point of the skin. And when we measure this point has a big conductivity, a low resistance. And when he measured these points in the special points, control points of the feet and the hands, when the point is around 50, from 40 to 60 is a normal situation. In above less the 40 is degenerative problems, deficiency. In upper the 60 is inflammation or infection situation with the inflammatory situation. Then, after this, Professor Reynolds observed the alteration of the conductivity of the acupuncture points when he solved the dental problems, and he connected the dental problems with the alteration of the conductivity of the acupuncture points, creating a new reflexology chart, oral reflexology tooth, when that he connects the 5 sectors of the teeth, connecting with the 5 elements, producing 8 odontons or 8 tooth, connecting each one with the element. This way, he creates a connection of the organs and viscera, and each tooth was connected with the organ and system, creating a dental chart connection body. Okay, then the question is, these sectors like liver is connected or not with dental problems is the question. This way, we can make tests in this dental problems with a lot of things like electrical tests, biochemical tests, and occlusal tests, and radiographic exams to try see this connection with the problems. And Reinhold Fall creates a term for dental focus. Is a special interference field. He is connected with the interference field in the teeth with conditions located far from it in our system. And he thinks the problems in the head is very important. Almost 80% of interference fields is in the head because it's continually receiving the stimulus for mastigatory function. This works made in the Georgia, used 10 patients divided in 3 groups. The first group is the normal health patients. The second group with the patients with a lot of decays. The third group with a lot of problems of the gums, inflammatory problems and in the gums. And after were made a lot of exams like X-rays, food analysis, blood analysis, saliva analysis, and other investigations. And the more connection was the people with the dental problems with the gums and the bone destruction with the specific problems. This way, the group can connect the dental problems with specific organs, like diabetes, chronic problems, exactly the points with connection with the tooth. They use the electroacupuncture device, measuring acupuncture points. All points connected with the dental problems were in deficiency or excess of energy, specifically in organs connected with this group of dents, showing a perfect correlation and between the tooth and the organs and system. This way, we can measure these problems, these problems with the electronic measurements using signs and symptoms of after neural therapy that use procaine application to reestablish the normal state of the tissue, or using traditional therapeutic methods like pulse or tongue and kinesiology using tests. We in the two devices is very, very similar to the Vol equipment, Germotron. This is a Brazilian production, Cosmotron. It's very old equipment, but is still working normally. And in the resume is the microamperimeters, can measure electrical statement of the acupuncture points in the specific points of Vol system. Here we can see the control point in the stem of the finger, and the specific point like the thyroid in here with the excess, and after the treatment, the electrical condition is normalized in here, around 50. We can measure two with the Hyodoraku system developed in the Japan. The 52 is work with the form similar with the electroacupuncture device. And in the past, we use the sensor connected of the cylinder of a biowell. The same way use the Hyodoraku with good results. It's exam made with Hyodoraku. And now exam with biowell sensor in the liver channel before in excess and after treatment normalized level of energy. We use 10 fingers which selected the finger connect with the problem, this middle finger, and made 10 exams before and 10 exams after. Okay. Neurotherapy is use of procaine to give the electrical start in the tissue, because in situation of degeneration, the electrical situation of the tissue is lost, and we can recover the electrical properties of the tissue using substance like procaine. Is developed the 20s by the brothers Haneke in the Germany, and he remove the pain and interference fields using this technique. Then with this technique we can test the teeth, because if we have a liver problems, for example, and the liver is connected by the canines, we can use the procaine, for example, around the teeth that I need to check to see if teeth will change the situation of level energy of the liver, connecting this way teeth with the system problems. This example, for example, canine can make a very, very influence in a lot of sectors of our body. Then, this way, using procaine around the canine, we can stop this influence of the interference field, like in the scars, for example. We can use in scars needles or procaine too. In the same way, I can use these products in the mouth around the teeth with the problems like endodontic problems or cavitations or etc. to see the influence of this in the electrical behavior of the acupuncture points and the biowell analysis. Okay, this Professor Ernst Adler in Germany focused your works in the interference fields of the mouth, telling us suggesting that 80% of interference fields have an oral origin. And a lot of professionals like Professor Altamirano of Ecuador developed a special system to use procaine to block the interference field and check if the problem is the origin is the mouth or not. Using procaine, if the symptoms disappears in the first 24 hours, is a very, very indication the problem is the buccal origin. Then, this way, we created a special tab in the biowell system. Is beginning, is a beta version, is initial proposition, when we can see each tooth connected with the specific organs is system according Professor Vol. This way, we began some tests, and each tooth is connected with a specific organ system, and the value of the energy of each tooth is a median of energy of each system, like this urogenital system, kidneys, ears, nose, maxillary sinus, epiphysis, the right kidney, all connected with the incisors. Then the median of energy of each organs is obtained and showed in each tooth. Is the like way is calculation of the Chinese channels of traditional medicine, Chinese medicine. And these values grow up from 0 to 2 is low energy, 2 for 4 is lowered energy, 4 to 6 is optimal energy, 6 to 8 is increased, and 8 to 10 is high, like all values of the biowell system, same colors, same graduation. I will show only 4 cases to illustrate this new tab. Obviously is a beginning. Only is not scientific yet, but we can see some things, interesting things. The first patient has Cox pain, chronic liver and thyroid problems, and a lot of teeth problems. And after some exams, we can see the median of the level energy in specific sectors with specific problems, like liver, thyroid, and mammary glands, respiratory system, and teeth, etc. This is the first scan before use of procaine. This is sectors with the problems, and the major problem is in the 24 tooth premolar and the canine, 13 canine of side, right side, and premolar of left side. This teeth received endodontic treatment because it has a pain, and after treatment, the pain is keep incommodate the patient for both sides, in the premolar and the canine. And we use procaine to try to block the influence of this teeth. And after neural therapy is the exam. Immediately after neural therapy, only 6 months after and 20 minutes after. This is the first exam, immediately after and 20 minutes after, showing no block totally the influence of the liver, but we can see some modification. Então, before we have these levels of energy in the teeth, high energy in almost all teeth. After 1 minute and after 20 minutes become more normal level of energy after we use the procaine. This is the, we measure the thyroid point with the Cosmotron device. It's control point in the stem of the teeth. It's a thyroid point before procaine is the excess, and after the level is more normally. Então, we have good results with BioWell correlated with the Cosmotron exam. It's a second case. Patient with chronic sinusitis, bruxism, prostate hyperplasia, and mild hepatic steatosis. It's follow exams in the last 2 years, where we can see a median of the transition of this person in the energy, but we can see specific points with higher and low energy, like brain circulation and the respiratory system, prostate, etc. And this exam, BioWell exam before the treatment, in this case, we use acupuncture to see, for other hand, if the distant treatment, systemic treatment like acupuncture, maybe cause equilibrium in the tooth. Is the controversial way. The first is see treatment in the tooth produces alteration in the total system, and now if systemic treatment produces alteration in the tooth. Okay, before acupuncture and after acupuncture using the F3 point, third point in the liver, in the foot. This case before acupuncture using F3 for test, and after normalizing the level of energy of the teeth. Is the third case is only showing in patient with a lot of stress and very, very low energy, very tired. The question is, the low tired shows to us a low energy in all teeth. If we have some problems in teeth, in these situations, is stay for a long time, could produces or not transition to the chronic problems to acute problems is a good question. Then we can see now or produce some studies to see this influence when we have a low energy in the system producing low energy in the teeth and wake up chronic problems becoming acute problems is a good question. And for the other hand, exactly the other way, when the people have extreme energy levels, sex levels in all sectors, with the all teeth with high energy, could or not produce some problems in the teeth is the other question. We can observe the sectors like the prostate, for example, is the higher point is the prostate. The patient has some problems in the prostate, benign development of the prostate, inflammatory prostate, and we can follow the exams observing the relation of the teeth. The teeth connection of the prostate is the first and second odontons is the incisors, and we can observe these sectors in these teeth, and we can advise the dentist, look for the incisors if you have or not problems with these teeth, helping the patient in this sector. This way, the dentist, we can protect this sector, observe with accurately this sector to see if connection or not with the specific problems in the body. Okay, this is the end of the presentation. I say again, thanks for the organization, especially Dmitry and Professor Krutskov for the invitation and the support in create this tab. Special tab is the beginning, is the initial studies, but how we can connect with the universities, a lot of universities, we can study this more deeply to see if the teeth is connected with the entire system, and we can use this acknowledgement to help the people and the patients. Okay, thank you very much and grateful for your attention.
Thank you so much, Neto. It was really very, very deep presentation. And it's not only about teeth, it's about health and energy and everything. And we know that you have a great development in last 10 years as we know each other, great development. And we are really happy that you represent us in this big part of the world. We need to discuss with you on Zoom, maybe next week, in the beginning of next week, different topics. So please plan your time and you give me when it will be convenient time for you to discuss. And I'm sure that this program, when it will be developed to full extent, it will be helpful for many, many people. Again, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
I feel very honored your support, and Dmitry and all BioWell family, and I'm very grateful with you and the universe.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Now we go to next presenter. Mitya, please.
Yeah, Neto, thank you very much. A very interesting presentation, and I hope that, well, we are just beginning. We are just beginning. So we can make it even more efficient and accurate. So our next speaker is Maria Starchenko. She will talk about neurophysiology. Maria, are you there?
I am, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me and see me well. Because unfortunately I have today a bad internet connection, so I apologize in advance for any inconvenience. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference for the opportunity to make a presentation. So let's start. Today, I will be talking about neurophysiological studies on altered states of consciousness. In recent decades, there has been a growing interest in the research on altered states of consciousness in both psychology and neurophysiology. Nowadays, the most frequently neurophysiologically studied examples of altered state of consciousness are human creative activity, meditation, and the effects of psychoactive substances. In this report, we will discuss the neurophysiological correlates of the above-mentioned conditions and consider whether they have anything in common so that we can integrate this data into some kind of consistent concept, if it's possible. So next slide, please. And first, we must define what an altered state of consciousness is. To do this, we must understand what normal, ordinary states of consciousness are. From my point of view, the most correct definition of this concept was given by the famous scientist Stanislav Grof. He wrote that normal states of consciousness are characterized by the presence of spatial and temporal limitations. That is firstly, in normal states of consciousness, a person always perceives himself as existing within the boundaries of his physical body, which clearly separates him from the rest of the world. And secondly, a person can experience only those things that are happening at the moment. The principle of here and now. The main characteristics of altered state of consciousness is that the spatial and or temporal limitation is exceeded. That is, a person experiences a weakening or disappearance of these limitations. Based on Grof definition, it is possible to build a whole hierarchy of altered states of consciousness, starting with such, for example, states as coma, sleep, general anesthesia, and finishing with creativity, meditation, religious and mystical experience. Please, next slide. Thank you. Let's start looking at the neurophysiological correlates of altered state of consciousness through my favorite subject, creativity. Creativity can be generally considered as the ability of an individual to generate new, original ideas, to deviate in thinking from stereotypes and traditional patterns and schemes, and to solve problem situations quickly. Nowadays, the study of brain organizational creativity is one of the priorities of modern psychophysiology. The following paradigms are actively used. The first, divergent thinking, both as a holistic construct and as a study of its separate parameters, flexibility, fluency, and originality. Divergent thinking is a thought process used to generate unusual creative ideas by exploring many possible way solutions. The second is remote associations. Remote associations is the ability to link concepts that were relatively remote into new relationships in a new concept. The third is insight state. Insights is a term used to describe a deep understanding of particular subject, things, or situation. It's the ability to see beyond the surface level and identify the underlying factors that contribute to a specific outcome. And insight is often associated with intuition, as it involves a level of understanding that is not necessarily based on logic or evidence. And the last, it's imitation of the real creative processes, such as drawing, composing music, writing poetry, even dancing, and so on. Neurophysiologists are also trying to find functional brain differences in people with different types of creativity. These are studies of representatives from different creative professions, and in people with different level of creative ability, so-called high and low creative subjects. In spite of large number of subjects in the study, they demonstrate the presence of relatively contradictory points of view on brain organization of creativity. So it's difficult to integrate all the experimentally obtained data into consistent concept of brain organization of creativity. But we will try to formulate this concept based on our many years of researching brain mechanisms of creativity. We have been studying the brain organization of creativity for 25 years. And it was my scientific supervisor, academician Bekhteva, who first started the neurophysiological studies on creativity in Russia. We used different types of original verbal creative experimental tasks with adequate control conditions, and each type organizing creativity in its own way. There were around 700 subjects who participated in our investigation using EEG, PET, and fMRI methods. Let me briefly remind you the essence of these methods. The electroencephalogram, no, it's not. Yeah. The electroencephalogram EEG is a registration recording of spontaneous general electrical activity of neurons in the cerebral cortex from the surface of our skull over a certain period of time. Positron emission tomography PET measures the regional cerebral blood flow, and functional magnetic resonance imaging fMRI measures blood oxygen level dependent signal, so-called Volt signal. Now, with the next slide. So, let's return to the brain organization of creativity. The first important fact is, in a certain sense of word, we can say that creativity is maintained by the whole brain. You can see the areas of activation marked in red on this slide. The fact that the whole brain is being activated while performing creative activity can reflect the overcoming the memory matrix of stereotypes, which are being into our brain for the correct performance of everyday routine, including intellectual ones. When faced with the need to act in a non-standard way, this whole brain activation serves for adaptation to such a situation, because the stereotypical matrix does not provide the solution. It is primarily reflected in EEG observation, mainly in the dynamics of the alpha, beta, and gamma frequency bands. This might reflect the differences in the functional brain states which are necessary for the successful performing of the different types of creativity, like divergent thinking, remote associations, insight, and so on. Please, next slide. The second important fact is that there are certain brain areas which are sensitive to any kind of creative activity, irrespective type of task, or cognitive strategy, or personal features, or environmental conditions, or situational factors, and so on and so on. I mean, the constant presence of prefrontal and parietal areas during performance, the various types of creative tasks. But the role of these areas in the creative processes is different. The parietal area is responsible for generating new, original, unusual ideas through the imagination. The prefrontal cortex is a very important area. It performs a lot of functions in our brain. And the most important of them is cognitive control, any physical and mental activity, including creativity. Please, next slide. The next fact is there is a complex functional interaction between prefrontal and parietal areas during creativity. Functional interaction or functional connectivity can be defined as the statistical association among two or more anatomically distinct areas. In other words, functional connectivity shows how activity in one brain structure affects to activity in another. Accordingly, the connection between different parts of the brain can either weaken, decrease functional connectivity, or increase functional connectivity. We discovered an interesting fact. In simple creative tasks, functional connectivity between the frontal and parietal cortex are increased. You can see these marked with red colors. But the functional connectivity decreases among frontal and parietal areas with the complication of creative activity, marked with blue color. Revealed decrease in functional connectivity reflects diminution of cognitive control, so that the parietal area can generate new ideas for successful solving of creative tasks really. That is, in order to maintain successful creative activity, it is necessary, in a certain sense of the word, to reduce the activity of the prefrontal cortex, turn it off. Please, next slide. So, let's summarize the information about the brain organization of creative activity. Creative activity is maintained almost whole brain. That is, a large number of its areas are activated. To successful performance of creative activity is required a certain level of cortical activation, certain functional state, which is reflected in dynamics of alpha, beta, and gamma activity. Frontal and especially parietal areas are sensitive to any kind of reactivity and constantly work during creative activity. There is a complex functional interaction between frontal and parietal areas during creativity. In particular, decrease in functional connectivity among frontal and parietal areas reflect diminution of cognitive control. Please, next slide. So, now let's look at the neurophysiology of meditation. Meditation neural correlates vary with level of expertise, length, and nature of practice. Nowadays, the most researched types of meditation include focused attention meditation, open monitoring meditation, non-dual meditation, and loving kindness meditation. Usually, focused attention meditation is the starting point for any novice meditator. During focused attention meditation, the person is required to focus attention on a chosen object or event, for example, such as breathing or, for example, a candle flame. To maintain this focus, the person has to constantly monitor the concentration on the chosen event, so to avoid mind wandering. When persons become familiar with the focused attention meditation technique and can easily sustain their attentional focus on an object for a considerable amount of time, they often progress to next stage, to open monitoring meditation. During open monitoring meditation, the focus of meditation becomes the monitoring of awareness itself. In contrast to focused attention meditation, there is no object or event in the internal or external environment that the person has to focus on. The aim is rather to stay in the monitoring state, remaining attentive to any experience that might arise without selecting, judging, or focusing on any particular situation or object. To start, however, the person will focus on a chosen object as in a focused attention meditation, but will subsequently gradually reduce this focus while emphasizing the activity of monitoring of awareness. Loving kindness meditation incorporates elements of both focused attention meditation and open monitoring meditation. Person focus on developing love and compassion, first for themselves, and then gradually extend this love to ever more unlikely others. For example, from self to a friend, to someone one does not know, to all living beings, and so on. Any negative associations that might arise are supposed to be replaced by positive ones. And the last, non-dual meditation. The key component of this type of meditation is that one aims to discover an awareness that is unchanging regardless of what happens in experience. Some historians propose that this style of meditation was developed later in time than focus attention on and open monitoring meditation, based on emphasizing the idea that there is an awareness that is beyond the subject observing experience, that is implicated in focus attention and open monitoring meditation. Clearly, focus attention and open monitoring meditation still have embedded within the practice the duality between an unconditional observer and objects that are observed, used as a final release of any abstraction away from the here and now in non-dual meditation, the idea that there is a distinction between self and object of experience also falls away. For example, by realizing that subject and object always arise together in experience. This results in a state of awareness in which there is no background or foreground of experience, that is hence devoid of concepts such as self and objects, intentionality, or the experience of time and space. For example, a state in which even the most basic construct of cognition no longer persists. Next slide, please. When analyzing the neurophysiological correlates of meditation, of all types of meditations, we discover a pattern similar to neurophysiological pattern of creativity. EEG correlates of meditation mainly associated with changing in the alpha, theta, and gamma frequency bands. All the types of meditation are associated with global increases in oscillatory brain activity in meditators. For example, while focused attention and open monitoring meditation are related to increase in anterior theta activity, only focused attention meditation is associated with changes in posterior theta oscillations. Alpha activity increases in posterior brain region during both focus attention and open monitoring meditation, and in anterior regions, focused attention meditation shows a bilateral increase in alpha power, while open monitoring meditation shows a decrease only in left-sided power. Gamma activity in these meditation practices is similar in frontal regions, but increases are variable in parietal and occipital regions. The alpha activity is associated with relaxation and memory consolidation. Theta band is related with focused attention, cognitive processing, and memory. And the gamma activity is associated with complex cognitive states such as attention, working memory, perception, being also related to information processing. Next slide, please. fMRI studies have demonstrated the various types of meditation increase activity in different regions of the whole brain, including the prefrontal, parietal, cingulate cortex, and hippocampal area. Different forms of meditation can activate different regions of the brain. For example, focus attention meditation results in increased brain activity in the anterior cingulate cortex in relation to open monitoring meditation. Focused attention meditation is also associated with increased right prefrontal activity, which has not been seen in open monitoring meditation. In addition, both focused attention and open monitoring meditation demonstrate increased fMRI signal in the posterior insula. Please, next slide. Most meditation practices, including focused attention meditation, open monitoring meditation, and love-kindness meditation, are thought to deactivate the default mode network of brain DMN. The default mode network is a group of brain regions which has a self-referential nature, including parts of the prefrontal cortex, cingulate cortex, parietal cortex, temporal cortex, and the hippocampal formation. It can be considered as the baseline state of the human brain in internal modes of cognition. DMN is active during passive awake rest, when persons are engaged in internally focused tasks, such as autobiographical memory retrieval, thinking about the future, and taking perspective of others, and so on. The default network may contribute to the use of past experiences to plan for the future and maximize the experience of not being engaged by the external world. Meditation decreased activity in the main regions, probably due to reduced mind wandering. Regarding the results of functional connectivity, it is shown mostly the increasing functional connectivity among different areas of prefrontal cortex as well as prefrontal, parietal, and cingulate cortex during the meditation. The overall increase in functional connectivity and activity of the prefrontal cortex may explain the decrease in anxiety, depression, perceived stress, negative emotions, and hyperarousal symptoms in meditators. Next slide, please. Some important aspect of meditation is mindfulness. Mindfulness-mediated functional connectivity changes include increased connectivity between cingulate and prefrontal cortex, which may relate to attention control. Decreased connectivity between occipital cortex, which may relate to self-awareness. Increased connectivity between cingulate cortex region and prefrontal cortex, and decreased connectivity between anterior cingulate cortex region and amygdala region, both of which may relate to emotional regulation in our brain. And lastly, increased connectivity between cingulate cortex and insula, which may relate to pain relief. Please, next slide. So, let's summarize the information about the brain organization of meditation. Web-soft activation almost the whole brain. That is, large number of its areas are activated during meditation. EEG correlates with meditation, mainly associated with changes in the alpha, theta, and gamma frequency bands. Most meditation practices deactivate the default mode network. Please, next slide. So it remains for us to consider the neurophysiological correlates of psychoactive substances. Classic psychedelics, also known as classic hallucinogens, are a family of psychoactive substances that exert their subjective effects primarily by organism or partial organism of serotonin receptors. Psychedelics include molecules found in the natural world, such as psilocybin and mescaline, for example. And psychedelics also include many synthetic compounds, such as lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, and phenylalanine. The subjective effects of psychedelics are complex and multifaceted, including visual and auditory distortions and complex close-eyed visions, profound changes in emotions and mood, heightened sensitivity to internal and external context, and at higher doses, dramatic alteration of self-consciousness known as drug-induced ego dissolution. So, next slide, please. Recent fMRI, psilocybin, and ayahuasca study found significant reductions, decreasing in activity across many brain areas, including prefrontal and temporal cortical regions, as well as halves of the DMN. fMRI studies also reveal alteration of resting state functional connectivity in key nodes of DMN after administration of psilocybin, ayahuasca, and LSD. Researchers found increased integration functional connectivity between cortical regions under ayahuasca, psilocybin, and LSD. Also, psychedelics have been shown to decrease activity in the prefrontal cortex. Aside from changes in cerebral blood flow in these regions, psilocybin, ayahuasca, and LSD have also been consistently linked to decreased functional integrity of the DNA. This observation is also confirmed by EEG data. An absolute decrease in EEG power in all frequency bands was observed in prefrontal areas during the administration of ayahuasca and psilocybin. Next slide, please. So, we discussed the neurophysiological correlates of the creativity, meditation, and psychoactive substances. Now, it's time to consider whether they have anything in common, so that we can integrate this data into some kind of consistent concept, if it's possible. From my point of view, all these altered states of consciousness share two important things. Firstly, the altered states of consciousness activate almost the whole brain. Secondly, all the altered states of consciousness deactivate the prefrontal cortex to a certain degree. So we can propose that transient hypofrontality is the unifying feature of all altered states of consciousness. It can be explained in the mainstream of critically based concepts. The criticality hypothesis of consciousness proposes that a healthy conscious brain self-organize into a critical state, a critical point, which optimize information processing. The key structure for maintaining these processes is the prefrontal cortex, which is a central structural region that contains executive functions such as planning, solving, working memory, cognition, and social control. It collects information from the environment and uses it intelligently to support thought processes, actions, and decisions. It manages emotions by inhibiting wrong thoughts, actions, and feelings. Conversely, deviations from this critical state are hypothesized to give rise to both pathological, for example, coma, and non-pathological altered state of consciousness, as well as changing in the brain's optimal information processing capacity. And next slide. So let me do some final remarks. The history of science shows an intensive ongoing debate about the position of scientific inquiries with respect to the study of consciousness. As a matter of fact, until recently, the largest part of the scientific community did not consider consciousness as a suitable topic for investigation, while the ultimate nature of consciousness is still full of mysteries. It is evident that deepening our knowledge of the mechanistic, statistical, and dynamical relationship within the brain in its different possible states of consciousness can only increase our understanding of the relationship between mind, consciousness, and body. A key factor supporting the modern discipline of consciousness research is the extraordinary development of neuroimaging technologies that has occurred over the last decades, which plays a fundamental role. However, making progress in the problem of consciousness not only depends on technological advances, but also on our capacity to explore and chart the contents and boundaries of consciousness itself. Consciousness research needs neuroimaging technique, but also it needs to use new methods to study consciousness and altered states of consciousness, like, for example, GDV. And I hope that systematic scientific research of altered states of consciousness may help us better understand the biophysical, informational, and dynamical foundations of consciousness. So, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Maria, so much. It was really very interesting. And you know that this idea of altered state of consciousness, of consciousness study, it is a part of our study for many years, for many decades. And we started this process in 90s with Professor Bunsen. Then we had big research project in 2000s under the total guidance of academician Bechtereva, and it was really a very interesting study. And now we're still in the process of developing new ideas and new projects. And I hope that together with Maria, we'll have another project that may be very interesting as well. Same as we have another project with our colleagues from Concordia University from Canada. So still this is in the process of the first stage, but I hope it will be moving forward. And I agree that we need to have open view to this, as was told by Professor Voyekov, we are not just individual beings. We are part of huge collective system. And if we want to study consciousness, we need to take into account not only what's going inside of here, but we need to understand how this mechanism communicates with others and how we can find approach to study this. So I hope it will be ongoing process in our research, and I hope that we'll work together with Maria. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, once again. We are coming to our next speaker. And for the next presentation about the photon water converter device and its influence on water. The study was made by Stoicheva, Alena, and Lyhovskaya, Siana with the use of GDV technology. So they have pre-recorded video, so I will just turn it on my computer and we will watch their presentation about their device and the research made with the BioWell and GDV devices. So let's go.
Hello to everybody, I'm Alena Stoicheva, a channeler, clairvoyant, a researcher and an inventor. I'd like to present our photon water converter device. It was designed together with my colleague Siana Lyhovskaya. She is the founder of this project, a researcher and an inventor. This device specifically affects the structure of water and transformed it into a new information state using the emission of light, sound, vibration waves, as well as a graphic matrix. The workflow chart of this device, as well as knowledge about its impact on water, humans, and the surrounding space, were obtained through channeling and clairvoyance. Water treated with this device helps bring a person to a new quality level of life, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Water is the connecting thread between our bodies, physical and energetic. Our energy bodies have a structure similar to water, only in a different physical form. Water with its vibration affects the cells of the human hematopoietic system, leukocytes, platelets, erythrocytes. Blood cells, in turn, transmit the received vibration to the walls of the internal organs. The walls transmit to the cells change the vibration of their core, and so on. Thus, water changes the energy field of the entire body. The photon water converter device is essentially modeled on the effect of energy fields on water during the Christian holiday Epiphany. The Earth and the solar system during these days are passing through certain energy information fields of the surrounding space, which enable to remove surface layers of information from the water, thereby facilitating, purifying, and harmonizing it. Such water is capable of storing the received information for a longer period of time. Epiphany water also cleanses the body, removes toxins and impurities, improves vision, eases the colds, promotes the regeneration of circular composition, rejuvenate. A person begins to understand very clearly what he wants and what he doesn't want. That is, if a person has previously endures and put up with what she or he has in their life, then after drinking water, the desire to change something increases. Epiphany water pushes you to change, improves blood supply, promotes to centering of energy flows, clarity of thought. A person begins to notice clues in the world around. Epiphany of water enables to get an objective perception of reality. After bringing the water to the approximate state of epiphany water, we move on to information coding. A graphic, translucent matrix was used for coding. It contains information on physical, emotional, and mental recovery. With the help of graphic matrices that I receive by connecting with the cosmic mind, I can introduce any program to encode a person's physical body, as well as influence their consciousness. For finer tuning, the device also takes into account cosmic cycles, the influence of which the planet Earth periodically gets. One of these cycles is the 11-year solar cycle, which is also called the Schwabe-Wolf cycle. Its energy diagram is displayed in a graphic matrix. Thanks to this, our device can very effectively influence not only the water being treated, but also the space inside and outside. Using this device, you can encode not only water, but also crystals, stones, and jewelry. The device is universal in use, since with the help of information matrices you can set programs not only for water, but also for people who are in the room next to the device and on the information fields of the room. You can achieve various effects by changing the graphic matrix to any other that will meet your goals. To prolong the time information superposed on water keeps its potential, we used torus fields in the device. Thus, information is encapsulated and less susceptible to dispersion in the environment. To trigger deeper changes in water and subsequently in the person who consumes this water, a transmission impulse is needed. The device impulse strength depends on correctly calculated radiation pattern of light waves and correct mathematical ratio of placed materials. In our device, we change water with the help of sound to make it easier to change a person's condition. During the period of embryonic development, a person always hears the overflow, humming, and murmuring of the internal fluids and organs of mom. Sound vibration affects the growth of embryonic cells. That is, the sound wave is native to us. And by storing information through sound, it will be easier for cells to assimilate it. We, as people, are open to sounds and are unable to protect ourselves from its influence on our body and consciousness. So, the effect of water after photon water converter device treatment on a person: increasing the vibrational composition of blood cells, improving the condition of the cell membrane, improved vision, restoration of broken DNA structure by helping the body replenish resources and regenerate it. Boost of the immune response of the physical organism to surrounding irritants of the environment where it lives. Also, treated water helps a person mentally and energetically. Live in a new qualitative sense of him herself. Awareness, lucidity, clairvoyance, premonition, intuition are awoken. Remote, faster learning of new skills. I would like to emphasize that no chemical reagents were added to the water under study to enhance the glow. The initial composition of the water wasn't changed, and it didn't go under purification or cavitation. Mechanism of the device is the following. Drinkable water in a glass container is placed in the device. We turn on, and after 3.5 hours we can see changes in the structure of the water. To understand the effectiveness of the photonic water converter device, we conducted an experiment. The purpose of the experiment was to investigate the effect of the device on water using the GDV method. The research took place on two devices, a bio-well device with electrode to measure the aquatic environment and a GDV camera device with electrode to measure water drops. The objects of measurement were ordinary tap water, bottled water from a store, and the same bottled and tap water treated using the photon water converter device. Using the device, 3 types of water treatment were done. Treatment of bottled water for 3.5 hours and for 15 hours. Treatment of tap water for 9 hours. There are 5 samples in total. All water samples were measured in 2 ways: measuring a water drop, measurement of the aquatic environment. The experiment had 3 goals. Compare the glow of all water samples, compare the indicators of aquatic environment of all the samples, assess the stability of indicators of aquatic environment of treated water. Based on the data obtained, the following calculations and studies were made for all water samples. Visual comparison of water drops. Statistical comparison of water droplet glow indicators, area and intensity. Statistical comparison of glow indicators of aquatic environments, area and intensity. Assessment of the stability of the properties of the studied aquatic environments. Look at the photos of drops glowing of the water samples. The figure visually shows the difference in the glowing of all the studied water samples, and also how, as the time of treatment increases, water structure changes. It is interesting to compare tap and bottled water. Even visually, it is clear that the quality of bottled water is much better. And a separate interesting phenomenon is the development of the glow structure of a water drop, which is treated by the device. It can be seen that both bottled and tap water change the shape of the drop's glow under treatment. In our studies of drop samples, it is clear that the weakest results, both in terms of glow, area and emission power, are the samples with tap water. And the best result is a sample with maximum impact on water. When studying aquatic environments, the indicators of area and intensity of glow were also considered. The histograms show the minimum, maximum and average values of all 3 calculated indicators of the data samples for each environment studied. The difference between the minimum and maximum values shows how much spread the data had in each sample. And the average value allows you to compare samples with each other for each indicator. Pay attention to the color notions. The longer treatment was, the more intense color it has. We study bottled water with no treatment, bottled water with 3.5-hour treatment, and 15-hour treatment, and also tap water with no treatment and 9-hour treatment. On the graphics, we can easily see that even tap water was deeply altered in its structure. The highest area of glow among average data samples we got from the bottled water with 15-hour treatment. Based on data obtained, we can make a conclusion that the longer treatment of bottled or tap water we have, the bigger area of glow we get. If we come to the glow intensity of our samples, we can easily notice that the longer treatment we had, the more intense the glow of both bottled and tap water was. We remember that while studying the glow of water drops, we get brighter and more structured results from bottled water in comparison to the tap water. The difference with drop measurements is possible because in this study, the intensity and area of glow are increasing with the length of treatment. And also aquatic environments are not affected by the electromagnetic field of the device itself, because while taking measurements, the container with the sensor is located as the farthest possible distance from the device. And when measuring a drop, it is placed 1 millimeter from the surface of the electrode of the device, and during registration, it is directly affected by the field. And thus, changes in the drop's glow area also indicate the sample's response to electromagnetic fields. Another interesting point of the experiment is that the area and intensity of the glow of bottled water is almost the same as the glow of samples with minimal treatment to it and average treatment to tap water. And if there are no photos of the glow drops, one would have assumed that the changes in water were not significant. However, a photo of drops shows that the effect of the device on water is associated not only with its energy activation, but also with information changes, with changes in its structure. Water is a very sensitive medium that easily reacts to any influence. Therefore, not only the fact of impact on water is important, but also the sustainability of these changes. To assess the stability of the studied aquatic environment properties, we remeasured aquatic environments of all treated water samples in 3 hours and in 9 hours after the initial measurement. Stability assessment was carried out as follows. For each sample, the average values of the area and intensity indicators are calculated for all 3 series of measurements. The first measurement in 3 hours, measurement in 9 hours. After this, we calculate the percentage deviation of each subsequent measurement from the first one. The higher the percentage deviation, the less stable the sample is. According to this table, it can be seen that tap and bottled water, as well as a sample with minimal treatment, changed their parameters by almost 10% in 3 hours. This is not a crucial change in parameters, but still quite noticeable losses in the properties of water. And in 9 hours, bottled water and water with minimal treatment changed their properties even more significantly, while tap water practically did not change its properties compared to previous measurements. This suggests that both the bottled water and the minimally altered sample had some special properties that dissipated over time. But tap water did not have any special properties. And after minor changes probably associated with transfer to a new space to the territory of the laboratory, its properties remained stable because there were no additional impacts on it. A tap water sample with an average level of treatment did not change its properties in almost 3 hours. However, when measured in 9 hours, it shows that its properties have changed even more than the minimally treated sample. This indicates its good short-term stability. The most stable sample is the water with the maximum treatment impact. Its parameters remained almost unchanged for 9 hours. Therefore, research on this sample continued further. Its parameters changed by more than 15% only in 34 hours after treatment. We received information through the channeling that if tap water is first passed through a filter containing quartz, sand, coal, and calcite, then the quality of information absorption by the water and its energy component will significantly improve. Therefore, we are also considering the possibility of adapting the device's operation scheme with tap water. We also have an opportunity to upgrade the design of our device to influence on a bigger area of natural water resources. So we could improve the quality of water and help our Earth to generate and purify. In conclusion, the photon water converter device affects water for sure. It changes its properties and increases its level of energy activity. Different time of using the device will give different results. Considering that the indicators of treated water samples differ significantly in parameters, glow structure and stability, it makes sense to continue research the effect of the treatment on water to choose the optimal mode. It may also be interesting to evaluate the degree of impact on different types of liquids, including both mineral waters and biological fluids, juice, diluted honey, milk. We are open to cooperation within the framework of this device, as well as to participation in development and research in other projects. We will be glad to hear from you. Wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you very much. It was really a very interesting presentation. And it's, you know, that a study of water, it is really one of our oldest research line. And Mitya did a lot in this field as well, Orlov. So now, as I mentioned, we are preparing biowell element device. And this device will be very good to study water. Together with suspended drop, we'll have another technology over there, even two different technologies. And of course, with biowell water sensor, you can study water. It's very interesting as well. So that is why I believe that water study is essential. Now we have more and more devices that can influence water. And of course, it's very interesting to see the effect of this water on people. And you can find in iomap.club a couple of papers that we published on investigating in clinical study with medical university effect of structured water on people. So that's a really promising line, and we wish you all success in moving forward on this line. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, we have at least one report about the other fields of application of the biowell, because it's not only about finger scanning. Biowell has multiple applications, like measuring the energy of the surrounding space, studying different materials and liquids. So it was good to have this report and research highlighted here. And now we have next reporter, next speaker, Irina. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, will you turn on the video, or? Can you turn on the video?
Yes. Can you see me?
So Irina will talk about the wellness device for comprehensive lifestyle improvement. And the stage is yours. Go. Good luck.
Yes, thank you so much. I need to show my presentation.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Konstantin, for inviting me to speak at the Congress. It's very great opportunity to share my experience with the esteemed audience. Thank you so much, Konstantin, and Mitya too. Where is my presentation? Maybe I can show.
You should start. You can start screen sharing yourself.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irina Bychkova. Let's imagine a world where you can cut your chronic stress in half in just 45 minutes by using a special device. And I'm a scientist, I'm biotechnologist from Russia and USA. And I have worked with many famous experts, and today I will show you some measurement results using the GDV camera and Sputnik. Before that, um, um, this is information about me. Before that, let me talk let me tell you about my project. This is what excites me the most about this device is that it goes beyond conventional physics. This is a truly revolutionary discovery made 50 years ago. It requires extensive data to prove that there is energy time beyond gravity and electromagnetism. There is something more closely connected to life itself. Back in 1970s, numerous studies confirmed the phenomenon of energy time. In the book by scientist and astrophysicist Kozyrev, an important conclusion is formulated. The active properties of time can counteract the normal processes that lead to the breakdown of organization of biosystem of organism. This can prevent the death of living system, making it very important for biological processes. Currently, I'm involved in attempt to replicate those experiments. I'm seeking collaboration with scientists, laboratories, and investors to scientifically prove this once again. As we know, the problem is now modern stress recovery methods are often ineffective and time-consuming. We live in constant stress and negative environment influences, which lead many problems with health. Common causes include loss of loved ones, divorces, and relocations. And also, we know stress isn't just emotional; it has physical consequences. Prolonged stress affects all organs, particularly the nervous and endocrine system, and also stress called the silent killer. Because maybe this is silent, but it brings obvious suffering. The demand for health technology is high and continue to grow. At the same time, the production cost of this equipment is significantly lower, making it economically attractive for investors. This device shows a high speed of stress recovery confirmed by numerous clinical trials. Companies in this field have achieved significant scientific and financial results. Therefore, it is important to become part of our project and invest in our research and development. Also, we can think about how your children's lives will change when you take care of your health now and avoid creating extra worries for them. For example, we have patient 38 years old. She has suffered from fatigue, poor sleep, headaches, and digestive issues. After third session, she noticed that her well-being and normalized blood pressure. Also, after the course, usually it takes 7 or 8 sessions. She noticed elimination of headaches, improved sleep and appetites, normalization of gastrointestinal function. Also, we have two more cases from our patients, for our volunteers, and this is patient T, 54 years old. She has arterial hypertension, headaches, and chest pain. After 10 sessions with this device, she noticed stabilized blood pressure, cessation of headaches, improved sleep, and overall well-being. And the next patient, 25 years old, she has psychoneurosis and nightmares for 3 years. And after 11 sessions with the innovative device, with this device, her result was amazing too. Her disappearance of nightmares, reduced anxiety, and sustained remission. Okay, remission. Your loved ones experiencing such improvement, and also you can improve the quality of life not only for your loved ones, but also for many people around the world. Our project is supported by outstanding experts, those whose research confirms the importance of innovations in health and well-being. We use diagnostic equipment from BioWell for these studies. I use the equipment at seminar and by world-renowned energy coach. And now I'm ready to show some results. As we can see here, as you can see here, the area with the highest energy level is the 18th column. You can see 18 column is at the top of above of 2, zone 3, especially in that part of this conference, each participant visualized their future self, and it was highest energy level. It was highest energy level, and a significant drop in energy also occurred after the collective meditation on the cultural field of future humanity, and this is a 16 column 16. Also, we can see the energy and stress levels of participants. Those data demonstrate the significant impact of the seminar on the participants' energy state. The optimal level stress level in most participants indicates the positive effects of collective meditation and manifestation. But also individual differences in response to the seminar show that some participants may experience increased stress and decreased energy. Decreased energy. My son, requiring further analysis and the individual approaches, just like with my equipment. And also, we can see the difference between energy level of people who was speaking at the microphone. He was it's the left part of this slide, and also in this data figure 4 highlights the individual variation in energy and the stress response among participants, and sure it need for personalized approaches to energy management and stress reduction. Also, we can see alignment of energy centers in the mentor, especially mentor. It's almost 96% very stable person. It was a stable person. And also, I would like to invite one more time to invest to participate in our project with wellness device, because it's simple and simple procedures for investors and shareholders, and also it is available for everyone, and also please use this QR code to contact me and discuss partnership opportunities and learn more. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for intention and for your attention.
Thank you. We see that it's only the beginning of the project, so we wish you all success with this, because you want to introduce Kozyrev mirrors that are very well known in Russia, and we have several centers who are developing this type of technology, and your idea to introduce it to the United States. Good idea. We wish you all success. Okay, so now you see we had all our presentations for today. Thank you very much, Mitya, for organizing this, for supervising this. It's very good. And we see that tomorrow we have interesting presentations for the whole day. So you're very welcome to come again. We start at the same time and we proceed same day. But during this night, Mitya wouldn't be quiet. He will make analysis of different messages that was sent to us. And then maybe tomorrow morning, Mitya will give us overview, what's interesting, what maybe some questions to participants, and then I hope that we'll be able to answer those questions. Okay, thank you. And do you want to add something?
Yeah, well, no, thank you everyone for the presentations, for your attention, for spending the Saturday day with us, and we'll hope to see you tomorrow. So have a good rest of the day.
Okay, see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.